this? Yes, no wonder you couldn't find it if it didn't exist. Hello and welcome back to the Players, part 2 of our Redguard adventures. We've just escaped from the prison. And we did get some hints about how to follow up finding our sister. We were told to go to a lighthouse. And that would signal the pirates. We still don't have a map.
Redguard.
I'm sorry, what? We still don't have a map, so we still don't know where the
Cyrus, sweetheart.
It's one of the pirates.
Oh god, the people in the city hate us now. Do they?
Well?
Yes, it looks like the guards
Lad?
hate us now. Which is
Well?
good. But we'll have to make do. So we need to find a lighthouse. When we don't have a map. Annoyingly. We are the worst pirate they've ever seen or heard of, but you have heard of us. Maybe the general store will have a map where the cartographer didn't.
Garrick, how are you?
Splendid, Cyrus. Splendid!
How's business these days?
If it's not pirates stealing your cargo, it's Imperial taxes. I get by, though. All the ships heading for the Iliac Bay pass through here, so I get first crack at all their wares. As long as I can get that lazy Rollo to bring it up from the harbor. Ah! Lazy Rollo, fat Orsine!
Keep it PG.
I'd like to make a purchase.
Splendid. What do you need?
A compass?
That looks like a decent compass.
The one item no one should be without. Never lose your way again. For the small investment of 50 gold, peace of mind for a lifetime. Ah!
Sure.
I'll take it.
A pleasure doing business with you, Cyrus.
That'll do for the moment.
Thanks for the time, Garrick.
It does seem a bit weird that we may need to buy a shovel
Probably need to find something to use it with.
We may need to buy a
Can I
shovel
help
later
you?
to dig up a treasure if we're going to go full pirate. I should probably also go to the temple and heal up. That makes sense.
It's one. I'll spill yours yet.
See if Mr. Templeman will heal us for 25.
It's one of the pirates.
Leave me alone.
You're open. Traitor. I'll spill yours yet.
Aside from one puzzle, it's been pretty okay, Dutchy. There was one puzzle we didn't have a clue about. Less buggy than Victoria 3. Certainly less buggy. Let's talk to you and ask for that healing.
I need you to tend to my wounds again, brother.
I must ask you to pay the temple tax, of course. Will you?
Yes, we will.
Fine.
He
Until
waves
later,
his hand
brother.
at us and we're healed.
Goodbye, my son.
Thank you, old man. I thought we loved Victoria 3. I like the eco bits. I have never been much of a fan of the military bits.
I'll spill yours yet.
I don't think you will. I think I'm better at running away than you. This looks terribly cliff-like.
Probably need to find something to use it
No, I
with.
was trying to use the door game.
It's locked.
Ah, but it's locked. And now let's have a look at the compass. So what happens if I ask to use it? Okay, we just get a little spinny compass in the bottom right that tells us relative pointing direction. Possibly useful, but
Redguard!
Lakeen?
What's going, Redguard?
I mean, he's one too.
And what does Stros Mackay hold for you?
I'm what everyone likes to refer to as Mr. Fix-It. I'm cursed by it, actually.
He's
Oh,
good.
and by the way, if you see a man named Triffic, tell him I'll get to his boat when I have
the
time.
time. Alright.
If I see the fellow, I'll tell him.
And as for what keeps me in Stros Mackay with the Empire and Richten and all, well, I've lived here a long time, got friends, roots
and
here.
roots.
And Stros Mackay has deep roots, ancient history. And there's the real mystery.
What about this boat?
What's wrong with Trithic's boat?
Not sure, really. I think he's had some vandals at night.
What's the mystery?
The real mystery? Huh, I've heard too many already.
The ruins, in the mountains. Dwarves, sailor, long dead. An ancient technological treasure trove.
Ooh.
Empires searching the world for such knowledge. They may have found it here.
What does the Empire hope to find there?
Power? Before you know it, we'll have steam-driven carriages and flying machines. Whole Empire's interested in them dwarves for some reason. Sure. Prince of Tor, Arcade, bless his soul, might have said they were dangerous and we should leave dead civilizations be, but hell, man, there's progress to be made.
This voice acting is amazing.
What does the Empire hope to find there?
Power? Before you know it, we'll have steam-driven carriages and
Okay,
flying machines.
same thing.
Whole Empire's interested in them dwarves for some reason. Sure. Prince of
Yeah,
Tor,
yeah,
Arcade, bless his soul, might have said they were dangerous and we should leave dead civilizations be, but hell, man, there's progress to be made.
Flying machines?
Flying machines, are you okay?
You just wait. Those dwarves made up for their lack of magic in other ways. Magic is the crutch
Magic
of
is
the
the
world.
crutch.
Why build a better bridge when a mage can teleport you to the other side? Things have been the same for thousands of years, and it's gonna end soon.
Steam-driven carriages, huh?
That's right. Dwarves knew how to use the steam. You may laugh, but it's a powerful force, and Richten's got his boys looking at it right now. Empire may have what they need to conquer all of Tamriel sooner than you think.
Okay, we've asked him all we can about that.
We'll talk later.
Try me, Redguard. Die, Redguard, traitor.
He has strong opinions about us.
I'll spill yours yet. Cross with me, Redguard.
No, not interested.
Put it down. I'll spill yours yet.
So it turns out it might have been wiser for us to do the other two side quest lines before becoming imprisoned, so that we don't have to deal with this all the time. Ah, no, this was the palace. Oh god, there's quite a few of them.
He's yours.
So we've got to keep our eye out for a lighthouse. The sun is the great big light bulb in the sky? Yes. Oh, God.
Guard, surround him. Put it down.
I don't even have my sword out. Or maybe he wants me to put the
Traitor.
compass down. He's threatened by
Put it
my
down.
compass.
Surrender now.
Okay. We are going to take a follow the coast until we find a lighthouse approach, because that's the only other thing we've been told to look at, right? We go to our log. Lakeen says the Imperials are searching for ancient technological treasures of the dwarves in the ruins. Escape from the prison. Imperial guards will attack on sight now. The dying Restless League prisoner said something about going to the lighthouse to signal to the League, and gave me a rusty key. As long as I still have that key, and I do, I think we're good to try and find the lighthouse. You know that I'm evil?
It's one of the pirates.
No, these guys know that I'm
now.
evil as well.
Surrender now. There he is. Fall back and let me.
What's this big thing?
I'll spill yours yet.
What is this big thing? So there's some sort of orrery. And a guy in a Charles Xavier wheelchair? Hello. Hello, Elvis
Greetings,
Charles
I am
Xavier.
You scared of him.
What do you know about the island?
I know the EarlVonVummer is stuck here till I fix this disruption.
What?
Nothing. I'm just doomed.
He seems a little bit crazy.
You ever run into any pirates? Anybody known as the Restless League?
You're the first person I've seen in a while. Flash, nobody comes up here, especially pirates. Stay scared. Run away.
Run away
Why
from
is he
what?
talking like he's a
The
parrot?
ghost.
Have you seen my
I'm
sister?
looking for a woman named Izara. Have you heard of her?
I I hear many things. I hear the pipes rumble, the gears turn, and the whistle of the pet bunny. Rascal never hears any women.
I mean, he does sound like the parrot.
What is this place?
What is it?
What? Why scares me now? Some ancient dwarven observatory. Flash, flash, flash.
What?
Rickon ordered me to fix it, but the ghosts keep me flash away.
Okay. What about the
Have
palace?
you ever been to the palace?
What? Before the ghost delivered some dwarven books to Rickon. You don't go in there unless you have something he wants.
So I might have been able to get away with giving him those dwarven books that I thought about earlier.
You say this place is dwarven?
Flash! That's what Rascal said. Them dwarves knew a thing or two. Rickon sent his men to the ruins. That means there's to fix them. Flash, flash, flash! Contraption!
Flash?
Flash, flash!
Okay, what about the ruins?
You mentioned the dwarven ruins.
Dwarves! Flash, flash, flash! Like to build everything in small pieces. Damn googlies! Without leaving instructions on their flash! Toys, the ruins, too big and scary for me! Keep yourself cold to the west!
Wait, what was that about? Something to the west?
You
I
mentioned
hate to
the
have to
dwarven
ask him
ruins.
to say this again, but...
Dwarves! Flash, flash, flash! Like to build everything in small pieces. Damn googlies! Without leaving
Go
instructions
to
on
the
their
west.
flash! Toys,
Okay.
the ruins, too big and scary for me! Keep yourself cold to the west!
So presumably the ruins are to the west. What does he
Why
have to
did
say
Rickon
about
send you here to
the
fix it?
governor?
Hey man, stop screaming.
Yeah,
But
please
Rickon,
do.
Rascal be not fit. I was living here. Awesome. Yay. And pretty mentally tough. He let me stay if I fit. If not, he'd say cut off the Rascal's arms and put me in a box.
Also, it looks like it's a bit loud your end. Give me a second, I will turn it down a bit. That's probably a bit more reasonable for you guys. Okay, what about the ghosts?
Ghosts? What ghosts?
Ghosts?
Ghost in the lighthouse. Shine on the light. Flash, flash, flash. Stand. Rascal. Wake the hell up.
Ooh, he knows about the lighthouse. Where is it?
What about the lighthouse?
These poor ghosts will get you. Get you. Flash, flash, flash. Their lights will haunt you.
What about their lights?
Lights in the lighthouse? You're not making sense.
Damn lights. On and off. Flash, flash, flash. Keep my ass up all night.
Last things?
Calm down. Calm down. You look like you fixed it.
Ooh, no, not work yet. Fix the orrery, but Rasmo can't fix telescope. You won't fall down. Ghost tried to get me, torment me. Flash, flash, flash. But I put most of it back together. No magic either. But gear will make Rasmo's head hurt and burn his leg.
Burn your legs?
You burnt your legs in the gear room?
The pain! Steam down there hot as oblivion! Yow! Burnt my legs trying to fix the telescope! Need another gear!
We're gonna find a gear?
Slow
Presumably?
down. Fred. What's in the gear room?
Gears! Flash! Run on steam! Them dwarves had very, very, very large brains! Danger! Scary place!
You need another gear to fix the telescope?
Dwarven gear! Not just any gear! Needs to go on the far
Okay.
side! Damn! I put myself up to work for my legs!
And then he has nothing else to say.
Stay calm, Erasmo.
Please do. Oh,
What? 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 What?
what's this? Is it an elevator?
Ooh! Visitors! Ooh!
Oh god. It's a precision walking test. Why not just make a normal set of stairs? Really? Up. Up. That's why we make a save. Nope. Losing health for no reason. Try again. His wheelchair is pretty impressive. Whoever thought this was a good idea, though, should be found and shot. Save. Stair versus me, take 2. Yes. With enough saves, even I can defeat the stairs. So what's up here? There is a big wheel that wiggles a giant arm. Why would I care about wiggling the giant arm? No, I don't understand, but we can wiggle the giant arm. Let's call it a tie. Is there anything else up here? No. Just the way back down. Am I supposed to... Oh, this must be the telescope, and you're meant to, like, look in that end somehow. Okay, so the telescope... But we can't climb up this slight metal area to actually look at the end of the telescope. Well, so be it. Lord, do I hope we never have to come back up here again. And he said that there should be a downstairs area? Yeah, ball game night was good. Can we stand on these and do something? No. I don't know, I don't want to jump. I want to jump when I'm on top of the thing. Okay, no. Ooh. How did we make that happen? We stood on this. makes it open and close? Question mark? Okay, let's save, because we were told down here there is, steam that will burn our legs off. Yeah, okay. Don't just jump straight down. Sure. Ah, here's some of the deadly steam that we were warned about. Well, let's jump to our death. We can have another look. How am I alive? Ah. Damn it. I was trying to jump on the bladey things. What if we jump down here? No. Absolutely death. What am I missing? Oh, I meant to jump over that little gap. Now, how close are we allowed to get before the steam gets us? Because it kind of looks like I'm supposed to hop on that thing. I don't know why. Actually doesn't go anywhere. Maybe I'm not supposed to hop on that thing. Presumably it's no use going down there until we have the gear. But it's also unclear where we put the gear, which is why I sort of wanted to do some exploring. Good lord. We'll get there eventually. Okay. Here. There. Okay. Let's make a save over here. That will do nicely. And see if we can hop on this. Yes! Now to what end? How is hopping on this helpful? It does not appear to actually be helpful. Like, it doesn't give us access to new area. Alright. Jump. Too early. there's something that way. No, go back down. Go back down, 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 go back down. Look, there's something this way. There's a room with a lever. Pull the lever, Kronk. Does that make his fan spin? No. There's a workbench. And there's a big valve thing. Which is trying to light up on the top of it? So what does this thing do? Aside from lifting that up, presumably there's some sort of thing that we have to, like, pull this lever and then do something else within the time limit. The only other thing we've seen is this wheel. But it doesn't seem to change anything. Does it change anything obviously out here? No. Still, we found an extra room if nothing else. I expected cookies to fall from the ceiling. I don't know. I expected pushing the button to do something. Can I please be let out? Okay. Now that I've fiddled with those things, do you have anything different to say, Parrot Man?
Hello again, Erasmo.
He's back.
No, he does not.
Stay calm, Erasmo.
Rip. May Technoblast. It might have done, it probably did something that we couldn't see, but if I can't see it, what does it matter? And it doesn't sound like we can do anything until we find a Dwarven gear, presumably in the Dwarven ruins, which we were told is to the west. So, new save, new save, new save. The guards are still after us. No lighthouses easily visible. So let's keep following the coast. I expect the Spanish Inquisition. Yeah, it's sort of an adventure game. Adventure RPG sort of thing. A lighthouse. So let's equip our key. Aha! Now what? Pull the lever. Flash, flash, flash. So let's do 3. 1, 2, 3. And let's leave it on. How do I walk away? Is that enough to count as signaling the pirates? Right, because our log thing says, Erasmo needs a dwarven gear. Erasmo claims he's fixed the orrery, but he can't fix the telescope because he's missing a gear. Ghosts at the lighthouse, keep him from waking up. Flash, flash, flash. We did flash, flash, flash. The dying Restless League prisoner said something about going to a lighthouse to signal the League. Received a rusty key. So maybe... you feel like maybe it would trigger a video clip if we'd done it correctly? Maybe? Maybe we need to put a torch in the bowl? Ah!
This pyre's been lit recently. Someone's been here.
Can I use... torch? On pyre? Aha! Flash. 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 Now let's look.
Finally, a ship's coming. Time to find out where these
Dun
pirates
dun dun! So these were the people that attacked us, and we murdered 2 of their crew members earlier in the opening scene. I don't know why they would suddenly decide to be friendly, but whatever. Let's make a save, because we've actually made some progress. There we go. And I wouldn't mind having my compass as the thing that we have equipped.
It's mine! All mine! Mine, I tell you!
Okay, and we jump on the ship? Question mark.
What do you want?
Is this our sister?
Where the hell is my sister?
And who the hell are you?
It is not my sister.
Brother of Bizarra, and I demand to know where she is.
I'm the one asking the questions. How did you get into the lighthouse?
One of your men, a prisoner of Richton's, gave me a key before he died of his wounds. And your code is keeping the local crazies up.
Thrown into the catacombs you were. Well, you've been busy. I'm impressed by the escape.
Yep. Where is my sister?
Just tell me where my sister is now.
It is not my place to give you that information. You'll need to talk to Basil, head of the Restless League.
Basil Brush?
I know my sister is in the League. Now take me to him.
I'm not sure why I am even talking to you. How do I even know you are who you say you are? I'm going to need some proof.
Okay, what about Basil?
Take me to Basil if you're justice running, girl.
Basil doesn't just speak to anyone, especially a fool who'd use the signal during the day with all the Imperial warships around. If they find our hideout, well, be sure you'll be the first one we'll kill.
Okay, what proof do you need?
Proof? Of what?
Proof that you deserve the League's attention. Something that shows me I'm not taking a huge risk sailing you out to the hideout.
Surely you found a way to deal with Richton's fleet.
I don't only to avoid them, not meet them ship to ship.
What about the hideout?
What makes you so sure others don't know where your hideout is?
No one knows the waters around Stroth Mackay like the rest of the League. We move in the shadows and in lines they don't even know.
You move in the shadows? Okay, what will get their attention?
I thought I already had your attention. A couple of your boys tried to take the ship I sailed in on.
That was you. Unnecessary raid, I'm afraid. Captain Brennan has been moving a lot of goods for the Empire, but because of your involvement, that's one we'll have to wait on.
No, that wasn't enough to...
Risk. Is that what you're worried about? I've taken 10 lives worth of them. And as far as I'm concerned, talking to you is one of them.
Those are your risks, not mine. Don't lecture me on your life of adventure either. I need nothing from you, and you need my help. I'm doing you a favor by staying here this long.
Okay, what about gold?
Look, if it's gold you pirates want.
Surely you know by now we're not about wealth and thievery. This is about honor, Redguard history, and the imperial cancer that plagues Hammerfell.
Come on.
Stop if you like, short dog. But if I'm going to put my neck on the line, sailing you out to the League, you'll need to bring me a sign of trust, not gold.
That's not really a lot to work with, is it? And there's nothing else that we haven't already...
I'll be back with your proof.
I'll give you a few hours, no more. I'm not waiting around for the Imperials.
In response to a signal from a lighthouse, a ship captained by a Redguard woman arrived. The captain of the ship said she won't cooperate unless given proof that I'm worthy of the League's attention. Sufficient proof to justify the risk of sailing me to the League's hideout, but no clue as to what that might actually be.
You again.
Can I just hop in the ship?
You again.
No, it's not actually. It looks like a door, but it's not actually a door.
You again. You again.
How do I get out? Yeah. Please. Please, for the love of... let me off the ship. I'm stuck. Can I show her my saber?
You again.
Gold?
Let's talk.
Your time is running out, Cyrus.
I'll be back with your proof.
I'll give you a few hours, no more. I'm not waiting around for the Imperials.
What about this key? No. How do I get... Yes! Horrible, horrible freedom! If you insist on fighting me, I will sword you.
Oh, slipped in there, didn't you? Oh, oh. Dodge, pack, steal my treasure. You know courage, little boy.
Oh, wow.
Just
He's
for-
doing quite well.
You know too much, Pete. And now you must die for it. Oh.
Put the sword away. What's he got on him?
A map, Strauss-McCow.
Oh, thank God. A map. It reminded you of Might and Magic 7? Yes, it reminds me of Might and Magic 7, except that look at the 3D people instead of 2D sprites. There's apparently a bunch of potions in this room. And some gold. But that's about it. And now I'm stuck. Let me out, let me out, let me out, let me out, let me out.
It's locked.
Well, what about this key?
It's locked.
That's why I have a key.
It won't fit.
It won't fit. Now, what is the map? Yes, Emma's map. Okay, so we're down here in Saint Sport. There's a lighthouse and a dock, and then there's we can see the observatory. The Ogre Tooth something. And then there's the city. And then the Devil's Den that leads out to the island of zombies. So, presumably, either pure west from here, or in the Ogre Tooth something, there are the Dwarven Ruins, question mark? Oh god, not these guys again. Also, how many health potions and stuff did we get? 1 health potion, 1 strength potion. That hurts. At least it gave us a little bit of gold. Kind of looks like I'm not meant to go this way. Can't cheat our way up the hill. Hey, Sayuza. Oh, cheers, Sayuza. Thank you for the raid. Thank you for the host. This is very much not EU4, though. We are playing Redguard. Elder Scrolls 2.5. We're honestly a bit puzzled for what to do. We've been told to find some Dwarven Ruins and a gear. And we've got to find something that will convince the pirates that we... Where are we? What does our log say? That I'm worthy of their attention. Save. And the backstory is that I had this game as a kid, but our computer wasn't good enough to really run it. And then by the time we had a computer that was good enough to run it, the hardware had moved on so much that it was also not compatible. So I'm revisiting it now that it's possible to play. We climb up? No. And where does the map say we are? So we are a guy who's looking for his sister. His sister was part of a rebellion group, and that's about all the information we have to go on. It looks like she was the lover of the prince, who has been deposed by the evil invading empire. Looks like we might be getting to a point where we can get back up to the high ground. Maybe. Maybe. The water is waist high or not at all. There's no in between. Oh, so this is a bridge. And like a really, really, really big bridge. The guards think we're evil, so we have to dodge them.
It's one of the pirates. A sharp. Fall back and put it down. He's only. I'll spill yours yet. It's one of the pirates. Harry, I have this rebel. Cross with me. Come on. You won't. You're trifling with him. Give him up to me! A sharp sword will be your death.
Is this the Dwarven Ruins?
Imperial
It's one
guards.
of the pirates.
What are they doing?
Surround him.
Well, what kind of ship is that?
A flying ship.
Put it down.
Look at the
Try me,
artifact.
Redguard.
Dwarven artifact.
You're open. Come on.
Ow.
You
Ow.
surrender now.
Ow.
I'm matched over. You won't escape. A sharp sword will be your death. There he is.
Dwarven.
Ow.
Surrender now.
Alright. How far back are we? Painfully far back. Let that be a lesson to me to save more often. But it looked like maybe the cog that we wanted was there. As long as this shark doesn't eat us. Hey, Vummer. The health was nice while it lasted. Okay, when we get up to the bridge bit, we'll make a save. Running is rather quicker than swimming, so we'll try to do that where we can. Which isn't everywhere, sadly. Okay, save. Okay. No, Vummer. We have several things since last you've seen us. We now have a compass. We have a map. We talked to the pirate lady on the ship by signaling the lighthouse. But she didn't... She just made some vague things. She just said some vague things about, like, prove your worth to us. And then I'll take you to see our leader. Without actually saying what she wants us to do. We visited the Charles Xavier Parrot Man in the Dwarven Observatory.
Cross with me, Redguard.
And been bamboozled by his steam room. How does this compare to Battlespire? I have never played Battlespire or Arena. Okay, save. Save. And if I had to play this game again from the start, I would suggest not confronting the,
Surrender now.
The...
Try me, Redguard.
Dwarven artifacts.
No.
I wonder what the Imperials...
Not confronting the governor
There he is.
until you've done these bits. So that you don't have to keep running away from...
You won't
Dwarven
escape.
artifacts. I wonder what the Imperials hope to find. Dwarven artifacts. I wonder what the
You're quite
Imperials
resourceful.
hope to find.
You're open.
Hmm.
A sharp surrender now. Come on.
I kind of thought we'd be able to pick up one of those.
Traitor. I'll finish it. Fall back and let me. Traitor. You won't escape.
Oh,
Take that.
please.
I'm quit.
Please.
Take yourself. Yield.
No. 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 Not worth. Not worth. Not worth.
God, surround him. God, surround him. It's one of the... Come on. Surrender. It's one of the pirates.
Yes, pick up the gold. Don't run away.
A sharp sword will be your death. You're trifling with him. Give him up to me.
Okay, that looked kind of path-like. I thought maybe it went somewhere, but no.
Put it down. Come on. Surrender now.
So many guards.
You're open.
Nick their gold.
A sharp sword will be your death. I have
Hey,
this, rebel.
I've stolen some gold. We might as well make a save. Redguards operate on tank controls. It's their racial trait. Don't they have poison resist from memory?
I'll spill yours yet. Come on.
Back before they made everyone the
Spill yours.
same.
Put it down. Put it down.
Ruining the game, etc,
Dwarven
etc.
artifacts. I wonder what the Imperials hope to find.
Out of my way.
Nah.
You won't escape. Come on.
I really did think there would be a gear here. There's somewhere we haven't been according to the map here, slightly to our east. Maybe it's there?
What's this? What's this?
Glass bottle? Why would I... Hist sap? Ectoplasm? Spider's milk? Orc's blood? So there was some sort of hedge witch or herbal gatherer? Oh god, no.
Come on!
And this was the little thing that's on the map. But there's nothing else. Oh boy. Okay, what other things have we got we could possibly do? There's a secret password to the door under the thing that we don't know. We could see if Jobman will give us our pay. We did, after all, deliver the, We did deliver the... No, leave me alone. We did deliver the amulet. He owes us 100 gold pieces. Can we please move forwards, game? Thank you.
It's one of the pirates! You won't escape! Cross with me, come on!
I suspect I may
Sharp sword
escape.
will be your death.
Okay, give me my pay.
Cyrus! Cyrus!
Kataro, hello.
All
Hello
right.
yourself, Cyrus.
I finished the
I
job.
delivered that amulet like you wanted. I think you owe me some money.
Indeed I do. I am amazed to see you. I've heard there was some misunderstanding with the governor. Perhaps you were wanted by the Imperials? I never put stock in rumors, however.
200
Here's
gold.
your 200 gold as promised.
Lovely.
You call yourself a contractor.
Does
What
he have a
that
new
mean?
job for us?
Over here we have someone who needs something done. Over there we have someone who's looking for work. How do they find each other? That's where I come in.
No.
I haven't been in Hammerfell since before the war. How do you like being a citizen of the Empire?
We could also
Sure
try
beats
talk to our
war, my
friend
young
again.
Friend. I won't lie to you, though. Hard to find honest labor these days. Forebears would rather smirk than lift, and the crowns don't have the back for it anymore.
Yeah, let's go,
You call yourself
No.
a contractor. What does that mean?
let's go
Over
talk
here
to
we
the
have someone who
aggressively
needs something
Scottish
done.
Nord
Over there we have someone
and
who's
see if
looking
he
for
has any
work.
hints for
How do they
us.
find each other? That's where I come in.
We'll talk later. Excuse me.
You got
Times
anything?
are hard in Strauss Mackay. Can't help you, fella.
Fair enough. Oh my god, there's so many of them.
Die, Redguard! Come on! I'll spill yours yet.
For 3/4 of the game, we're gonna be wanted by these bloody... Oh... Wanted by the guards. Okay, here we go. Does old friend have anything more useful to say? Hello.
Ah, there he is, Lizard. I told you there'd be no match for him.
We heard about your capture.
Okay, this
pirate.
does look like potential progress.
I was never worried, laddie. They didn't see you at Sunker Tour when that Akavir mongrel...
Tobias, I have to tell you something important. Izara was part of the Restless League.
What?
It's true.
We'll start at the beginning.
I had an audience
I met
with the governor.
Beautiful man. He told me that
Beautiful
Izara
man,
was in
he's-
the Restless League and that
he's
he had nothing to do with her
Huge
disappearance.
and fat.
But he's been hunting then. He knows more than that.
I believe him about Izara. He's the kind that would gloat if he could. He's still not found their hideout.
Agree.
I have to find it first.
And I
How
got out
did
of the
you
catacombs.
Good looks. The catacombs
Good
led out
looks.
near the harbor, and they seemed to sprawl for miles. I
Didn't see any dragons, though. That's true.
It must have returned to Cyrodiil.
From starvation, I guess. There's no one left in the league to feed it. They're all in good hiding somewhere here in Stros Makai, and Izara is with them. I have to find the Restless League, Captain.
They say they can be contacted through the abandoned lighthouse over in Saintsport.
Yeah.
Aye, a leaguesman I met in the catacombs told me that I could signal his mates from there. But he didn't tell me how.
I don't know the signal.
Sorry, Cyrus. I don't either.
Damn.
You best find someone who's seen it, and hope they haven't told the Empire about it already.
I mean, we've done that. No. So they give us partial hints, but we've already done the bits that they give us hints about.
I don't have much time. Thanks again, Tobias.
Cast off, laddie, and don't forget your old captain.
What will it be, traveler?
Well, let's make a save. At least we know they don't have any hints for us. I wonder if you're just supposed to kill every guard. A la Assassin's Creed.
Looking for something?
Felicia.
Welcome back.
Nah, you've got nothing new.
Goodbye.
Come back again.
Maybe we need to dig near the dwarven ruins with the shovel that you can buy? Oh god, no.
Die, Redguard! A sharp sword will be your death.
And we did just get the 200,
Die, Redguard!
we did just get the 200 gold pieces for completing the Deliver the Amulet, so I should have money to spend on a shovel. We have talked to the priest man about the missing brother. Where are we? Niddle says that he last saw the missing initiate, Brother Kithril, heading to the park to collect mandrake roots. He thinks Rickden's men are responsible for his disappearance. Now, if I was the general store, where was I? The general store is back this way.
You're open. You're quite resourceful. I'm maxed over. Fall back and let surrender now. I'll spill yours yet.
Maybe this will also reset where the guards are, so we're not, you know, surrounded by 18 of them when we exit. Shovel.
Garrick, how are you?
Splendid, Cyrus. Splendid.
I'd like to make a purchase.
Splendid. What do you need?
The shovel over there, how much?
A sturdy shovel. Just the thing for the intrepid treasure hunter. Guaranteed not to break, scratch, or dent. A bargain at only 30 gold.
Sold.
I'll take it.
You won't regret it.
What does the aloe
What's
do?
aloe going for today?
Aloe leaves from southern Hammerfell. The best. Fresh every week. Excellent for soothing those aches and pains. At just 15
Okay,
gold
so it
per
sounds
month.
like it's a bad healing
I'll
potion.
have to think about it.
I'm sure you'll change your mind.
Interesting feathers.
Ah, yes. From the exotic canna bird. A favorite of mine, for they are bred on Somerset Isle. Bred for their beauty, I might add. They make an excellent gift for 10 gold.
I'm a pretty bird.
10 gold.
No,
I'll have
thank
to
you.
think about it.
I'm sure you'll change your mind.
Thanks for the time, Garrick.
I'm a pretty bird.
You are a pretty bird, Mr. Budgerigar Man. Okay, our map maybe had some X's on it. Let's look at the map. And now that we have a shovel, like, there's a thing that looks not entirely unlike an X. There's a couple of things that look not entirely unlike an X on these maps. If I was to zoom in on them, so we'll have to exit from this briefly, and then I will MS Paint, and cut, new, don't save, paste, and then let's share with you guys. MS Paint. Okay. So, by my reckoning, what's happened to paint? Yeah, thank you. Except that it insists on not showing it as soon as I... Okay, there we go. Now, by my reckoning... we have to do it like this. This thing and this thing kind of look like X's. Maybe they're also meant to be palm trees? Eventually I'll be paying 10 gold to take the bird away. So maybe we head here and see if we can use our shovel, is my current guess. Alright, back to it. Oh no. Come on, give me the game back. Don't make me restart the game, please. Okay, there we go. We got it to work again. Phew! So this could be the garden where the brother was maybe abducted from. This does seem garden-like, but we haven't actually seen any clues here.
A sharp sword will be your death. Come on! Take that! Out of my way! I'm quick!
Maybe this guy saw something?
Excuse me.
Time's up.
Die, Redguard! Out of my way!
Ah,
You're quite...
no, they stab you whilst that's happening. No. I genuinely thought that being in a talk thing made you invulnerable. That's a bit of a pain. Well, we need to buy the shovel again then.
Die, Redguard! A sharp sword will be your death. He's only one! Come on, put it down! Put it down! Traitor! Traitor!
We will try and talk to that guy again, but once we've lost the guards... I need the shovel. Or at least I think I might need the shovel.
I'm a
Garrett,
pretty bird.
how are you?
Splendid, Cyrus. Splendid!
I'd like to make a purchase.
Splendid. What do you need?
The shovel over there, how much?
A sturdy
Okay,
shovel.
and we make a save
Just
this
the thing
time.
for the intrepid treasure hunter. Guaranteed not to break, scratch, or dent. A bargain at only 30 gold.
Yes.
I'll take it.
You won't regret it.
Done. Why do you think I haven't talked
What
about
do you
that?
know about the Restless League?
A collection of the worst scum from the sewers of Stros Mackay. Pirates who'd cut your throat as soon as look at you. I know your sister's name.
What did he say?
Ignore Orsine. Good Cyrus, he's a half-wit. What were we talking about?
The League.
And we'll ask about the other
The
thing.
Empire crushed the Restless League?
I assume so. They haven't been seen around Stros Mackay for months. The League pretended to be patriotic rebels after the Crown's defeat, but a few encounters with Imperial warships quieted them down right quick.
Okay, and now there's nothing else that we haven't
Thanks for the time, Garrick.
talked to him with. Nope, they are definitely still chasing me. And there are just a couple of them.
Surrender now! I'm quick!
Well?
Surrender now!
Yeah, I'm going to go with my...
Let's put it
I'm going
down.
with my X marks the spot theory for the moment. In fact, can we even use the shovel?
You won't escape. Struck well for my emperor. I'll kill you.
Nothing.
Take that.
We can, but he hurts us, so no. Oh my god, I didn't save after getting the shovel. Okay. Could you not get stuck?
Surrender now.
Thank you.
You won't escape.
Okay, absolutely make a save this time.
Garrick, how are you?
I'm a pretty bird. Splendid, Cyrus. Splendid.
We found out that talking about these things does nothing, so...
I'd like to make a purchase.
Splendid.
Shovel.
What do you need?
The shovel over there, how much?
A sturdy shovel. Just the thing for the intrepid treasure hunter. Guaranteed not to break, scratch, or dent. A bargain at only 30 gold.
Yes.
I'll take it.
You won't regret it.
I hope not.
Thanks for the time, Garrick.
Okay, save. We have now purchased shovel in all timelines.
I'm quick. Traitor. Guard, surround him.
Wrong way.
Fall back and let me. Take that.
Actually, I want that way.
Traitor. Surrender now.
Now pure south.
You won't escape. Put it down. You won't escape.
Yep.
It's one of the pirates.
I want to head south yet.
Come on! Come on!
Still south. And now I want to head
It's one of the pirates.
more or less west.
It's one of the pirates. There he is. A sharp sword will be your death.
Now I need to be slightly north.
You won't
Looks
escape.
like they may just be meant to
Put
be
it down.
palm trees on the map. Oh, that's pain.
Come on. There he is. There he is. It's one of the pirates. A sharp sword will be your death. Put it down.
Okay, this is something we've not seen before. New content? Read poster, absolutely. This site has been claimed by the Imperial Archaeological Society, authorized personnel only.
It's one of the pirates. A sharp sword will be your death. Try me, Redguard. You're open.
Oh wow. It's like a giant ballista.
It's one of the pirates.
We go in.
It's covered by what I assume is
You
dwarven
won't
writing.
escape.
We are not allowed in. What about down here?
I'll finish it. Surrender now. I have this rebel. I have this rebel.
Dwarven artifacts. I
Traitor.
wonder what the Imperials
A sharp
hope to
sword will
find.
be your death.
Dwarven artifacts. I wonder what the Imperials hope to
Oh,
find.
good lord.
Surrender now. You're trifling with him. Take that. Put it down.
Okay, and what about in here? I'm not allowed in. Let's make a save. Because it really feels like I should be able to go in.
it down. I'm quick. A sharp sword will be your death.
Like, that looks like a door.
A sharp sword will be your death. I'll finish. You won't escape, traitor.
Nah. Still, we know where something else is on the map now. So there is something up here. Grand Theft Elder Scrolls. It's feeling a bit like continually run away from guard thing. I think I've done things a little bit out of order, that you're meant to have done the side quests before you do the get captured by the big bad.
A sharp sword will be your death.
So I don't think I'm supposed to be having to run away from these guys all the time. That I've out of sequenced things a bit.
Traitor. Surrender now. Die, Redguard. I'm quick. Come on, come on. I have this, rebel.
No, you don't. No, 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 no. Well, that's not actually that bad. Because I want to know how I'm meant to get on that right bridge at the moment. So what's that over there? Can you...
I'll spill yours yet.
I mean, I hadn't intended to... I just intended to, like, slide down, but...
Nothing. Nothing.
There's a stone? With a... picture of a... horn of a... Well, we can only try and offer every single item in our inventory, so... Saber. No, can't offer saber. What about gold? We can offer gold.
Nothing.
No, what about a health potion?
Nothing.
What about a rusty key?
Nothing.
What about orc's blood?
Nothing.
What about spider's milk?
Nothing.
What about ectoplasm?
Nothing.
What about hist sap?
Nothing.
What about Redguard history?
Nothing.
What about a shovel?
I can't dig here.
What about a glass bottle? No, we're not even meant to have a glass bottle. It doesn't... We can't offer a glass bottle. What about a strength potion? Can I get the, offer stuff text back, please? No. Well, that was pointless. Let's go back to here.
You won't escape. A sharp sword will be your death. gracious.
Damn.
You've already lost. I'm quick. You're open. Put it down. Come on. A sharp sword will be your death. I'm quick. Come on.
Well, we might have to try approaching the bridge from the other side then.
I'll finish it.
If I can't find where it connects to over here, and it doesn't seem like I can. I'll need to go get them from that side. Right, I can't climb up, no.
A sharp sword will be your death. Put it down.
Come on. Don't just stand there. Come on.
Surrender now.
Oh! Another one of these offering things.
Nothing.
I want to go that way. Yeah, this looks like about right. To maybe hit the other side of the bridge. The best Elder Scrolls? Only the best. No, I am certainly feeling the pain a bit. The quests don't really give you good hints about...
Put it down.
Kind of assumed this would be the base of...
Yield! Come on!
Yeah, I don't want to be. Move!
Fall back and let me. He's only one. I'll finish it.
But then where does this go? Right, this has to go somewhere. This road wouldn't just go to nowhere.
Come on!
And yet it just runs off the edge of the... The road just runs off the edge of the cliff.
Die, Redguard! I'm quick!
You won't escape! Come on!
No. 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 Okay. I give up. What are our actual next things? So, we've got... Contact the League. Blah, 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 blah. Originally, you hear about the smuggler's den from these people. Note that Sionia's topic only appears after you escape the catacombs. Okay, so who are these people? Apparently I need to go talk to one of 4 people. Okay, we need to go talk to the, totally not a, streetwalker lady. Apparently. And that she will have something new for us. Now that we've escaped from the dungeons.
You won't escape!
So, back to the city. I have a hard time believing they expect you to be talking to all these people in the city again whilst you're a wanted man. That's just... Oof. Yeah, this way. No, whilst I have this small armada of people following me.
Put it down, traitor!
Oh yes, go talk to someone in town. The people inside buildings I could believe, because at least then the guards aren't like hounding you relentlessly. Okay. Let's have a look for Streetwalker Lady. There you are. Save.
Well?
Cyrus, sweetheart.
Hello, Siona. Miss me?
Cyrus, don't be such a stranger. By the way, Captain Brennan is looking for you. But if I were you, I'd stay away from him. He's a traitor.
How do I contact the
The
League?
Restless League. How could I contact them?
Dangerous business, Fab. It's your skin. There's shady dealings in Micah's
Yep,
basement.
we already knew
Micah's
this.
den is called. They could be connected to these League pirates.
Thanks, Siona.
Seriously? And what about the other bit? Maiko?
Micah? Who's that?
The local map maker. His shop is near the town square.
Yeah, we already knew about that.
Is there anything I should know about Brennan?
Listen, Cyrus. I happen to be friends with a couple of Fat Boys guards, and I heard them talking about paying Brennan to set a trap for that Redguard the governor's so hot after.
Presumably
Do
us.
be careful, won't you?
So one of those options supposedly adds something.
We'll
Let's see
talk
what
later.
the log
Be
adds.
careful.
Siona says Captain Brennan wants to see me. Siona says not to trust him, that he's a traitor. Says that the Restless League might be contacted through the Smuggler's Den in Maiko's basement. And that she heard Imperial Guards talking about Brennan having been paid to set a trap for us. Red herrings? Check the silversmith. Okay. This is the general store. Silversmith is...
Put it down.
Yeah?
A word.
Haven't got a coin
Oh,
to
I
spare,
wanna
stranger.
go
Try
in the
someone
building.
else.
Not you. The building.
Yes?
Hello, person who
Looking
I
for something?
haven't really talked to before.
Greetings, my lady. I am Sam.
Milady.
A sentinel accent, isn't it? I am Cassandra, silversmith of Stros Mackay. Pleased to meet you.
What do you have to say about the Smuggler's Den?
I've been told of a smuggler's den under the cartographer's shop. Have you heard of it?
Sure I have. Smuggler's Den. Ha! A pretty grandiose name for a place where
The
the
local
local
boys go to get away from their
and play
wives.
cards.
So do you think it's nothing more sinister than that?
Well, I've heard rumors it was connected with the Restless League, but they're hard to take seriously if a joker like Lakeen could get in.
What about
What
Lakeen?
does Lakeen have to do with the smuggler's den?
Oh, I really shouldn't gossip, but I'm sure you won't tell anyone, will you, Cyrus? Seems he was gambling at the smuggler's den and lost his wife's antique silver locket. He came to me, desperate to have it replaced, so she wouldn't find out. I'd have been glad to help, but I couldn't reproduce it simply from his description. Poor fellow. He went away quite crushed.
Looks like we haven't
What
asked
can
about
you
this.
tell me about the
Although
Restless
we
League?
have.
I know I sound just like every other forebear, but they were nothing more than pirates, using the Civil War
Oh,
as
no,
cover
that's slightly
for their
different.
crimes. They were a black mark on the Crown's cause from the beginning. The destruction of the League is one of the few good things to come from the Empire's victory.
Sure, we'll
So
ask
the
about
League
all
has
our
been
other
wiped out.
options.
As far as I can tell, they haven't been seen in Stros Mackay in weeks. Their last hurrah was blowing up the governor's flagship, a pointless gesture which only spurred Rexton to finish cleaning out their organization from the city.
What do you know of the new provisional governor Rickton?
Ruthless to a fault. Served him well during the war, but not a trait guaranteed to win loyalty in a new province. I wonder how much Tiber Septim knows of what Rickton is up to here in Hammerfell.
What about Tiber Septim?
The colossus of our generation, Tamriel's new self-proclaimed emperor. What's your take?
The Empire's expansion has proceeded according to the merits of the Emperor's servants. By all accounts, Septim's governor in High Rock has ended the feuding of the Witch Kings there with tact and skill. The Emperor's representative here in Stros Makai is not
of the same caliber.
and the Emperor is viewed dimly as a result.
You call it the Empire's victory. What of the forebears?
Please, I'm not one of the forebear fanatics. Anyone can see that Baron Volag was used, then cast aside by the Empire. He hoped to be king of Hammerfell, but who has seen him since his supposed victory?
No one. That's who.
You disagree with Baron Volag's decision to ally the forebears with the Empire?
A gamble that he lost. As a forebear, I supported Volag's claim to the throne of Hammerfell. I never supposed he was infallible. But the war's over now, and the only thing to do is make the best of the new situation. A philosophy more crowns should embrace, if you ask me.
Get on with life. Have you seen my sister?
I'm looking for my sister, Izara. Do you know her?
I'm afraid not. I have few friends here as yet. I'm hoping that as time passes, things will get back to normal, but the war is still too fresh for people here to forget that I'm a forebear.
I admire your courage. A forebear in the crown capital.
When I first arrived, the Restless League made a few threats, but the Empire seems to have them under control now. Forebear and crown, that's all in the past anyway. Hammerfell is part of the Empire now. At least we finally can stop killing each other.
I haven't been back to Sentinel since before the war.
How did it
How did it fare?
Better than Stros Makai. Before I came here, I thought the stories I'd heard were just crown propaganda. The Crowns recaptured Sentinel just before the Empire intervened, but it was nothing like this. Stros Makai was the center of Crown resistance, and I suppose the Empire is making an example of the city.
Are you from Sentinel originally?
Yes, I owned a shop there for 6 years. On Market Street. Perhaps you know it. Sentinel is overcrowded these days, and when I heard of a business for sale here, I decided to take the chance. So far, I haven't had too much trouble from the locals.
Trouble?
Why would the local people give you trouble?
Forebears aren't exactly popular around here, you know. I've never been much involved in politics, but
I don't know what's with the camera
angle. Forebear cause. Before the war, all that didn't matter. I had many
I assume that
friends
we're
who were
looking at them
crowns,
from
but
between the
things are different now.
items on a shelf.
You're new here then.
Arrived only 2 months ago. I'm still trying to get things sorted out. The former owner must not have cleaned this place for 20 years. There was so much junk piled up. I tossed most of it in my warehouse next door just to get it out of the way.
Who was the
The
former
old
owner?
silversmith. He left because of the war?
He died, actually. I bought the shop from his estate. I guess there was some kind of incident in the old quarter where the most fanatical crowns lived.
Yes, they were all burnt down by the dragon.
Do you know what happened?
It was before I arrived. The people here tell some pretty fantastic stories. As near as I can figure, the crowns burned their houses down around their heads rather than surrender after the Imperials took the city. Some would call that admirable, but I think the Redguards put too much stock in zealotry.
I don't think that's what happened.
Excuse me.
Sorry,
Perhaps
lady.
we can speak later.
Okay, so what is that supposedly added to my log? Cassandra says Lakeen, a local handyman, came to her to replace an antique silver locket of his wife's that Lakeen lost while gambling in the smuggler's den. When Cassandra said she couldn't help him, he was quite distressed. And is that supposed to give us what? Lakeen, you first hear about them from these people. Blah, 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 blah. Talk to Cassandra in the silversmiths and ask her smuggler's den, then Lakeen. She'll tell you about Lakeen and how he came hoping to make a copy for the locket. Talk to Lakeen in the eastern part of the city and confront him with the knowledge that he's been to the den. He asks you to talk to him elsewhere. It's not exactly a quest log. It's more like a log of potentially useful bits of information that people have spoken to you. It's not like a complete log of literally everything that everyone has said ever, but it's a condensed, here are the things we think you might want to remember having spoken to people about. So, where does Lakeen actually exist? He can be found on the eastern side of... Ah, he's the guy trying to fix the wagon? That guy. Okay. I know how to get to him. That's doable. The real question is, will the guards run up and stab me while I'm doing this? And the answer looks like it's going to be yes, based on that guy. Maybe I can do some dodging. Here he is. Talk to me.
Excuse me. Can I help you?
Lakeen?
Oh, you again.
Yes. I've heard you're missing an amulet. Ooh. Can you
You're
fix the
good with a
observatory?
wrench and know a lot about these dwarves. Any ideas on fixing the observatory?
If it's dwarven, the answer's in the ruins, and I'm not about to challenge Richton's men up there.
Okay. What about
I
your
know
missing
you've been
amulet
gambling
thing?
at the smuggler's den, Lakeen, and I need to get in there.
Damn! Where'd you hear that?
Damn.
Look, that's not something I'm proud of, so keep your voice down. Let's move this conversation elsewhere.
I can't really afford to follow you slowly when the guards are... like, chasing me around town, mate.
Gambling away your wife's silver locket, not good. Tell me what I want to know. What do you know about Azara, the League, and that den?
Calm down, please. I know nothing. I've only been there to gamble a few
I know
times.
nothing. I
I've
know
heard the League goes
nothing.
there, but I ain't seen him or this Azara woman, I swear. And if my wife finds out about the gambling, I'll be dead.
Then give me the bloody password.
Just give me the password and I'll take it from there.
Sure, but you gotta help me first, Cyrus. Please.
Oh.
Get my silver locket back from that Rolo cheater, and I'll give you the password. I swear. Please.
Who's Rolo?
Rolo.
Smelly guy. Cheats at cards. He won that locket through trickery, the foul dust belly.
The foul dust belly. And what about the League?
What do you know about the Restless League?
Nothing. Who said that I did?
Okay, so he still denies it.
We'll talk later.
Fair enough. Okay, save. Save. Now what? The silver locket is hidden in a chest in Rollo's house, but he sits on the chest unless called to the docks by the bells. Farvis, the operator of the bell tower, won't let you ring it, but he will do it himself if his flag is waved from the... How the hell are you meant to know this stuff? From the harbour tower. The flag is owned by Pernal, who watches for incoming ships. He won't let you borrow it until you give him his eyepiece, which is found in the bell tower. Head over to the bell tower and climb the rope in the middle of the room. The eyepiece is sitting on a ledge that you need to jump over to. With the eyepiece, you can go to the harbour tower to the west. I would have... Like, I was talking to everyone before, Mama, and it's really painful to talk to people now that the guards chase you around and interrupt your talking cutscenes. So where is Bell Tower? Bell Tower is a building outside the Plaza Gate, east of the Silversmith. I cheat at Redguard. I am totally using this. I am not above looking things up for this now. This has been too painful. If I'm getting to the end of this, I'm getting to the end of this as swiftly as possible. Okay, is it that thing?
It's locked.
No. That thing?
Found my locket yet?
It's locked.
No.
I'll spill yours yet.
Oh, you might. You might.
I'll spill...
Let's look at this again. Outside the Plaza Gate, east of the Silversmiths. Okay. East of the Silversmiths. There's no way they're meant to be chasing you from now until the end of the game. It seems so. As I said, you can probably... I've probably... like, made my life painful by confronting the governor early. Although a lot of these things have said that they actually need to be done after you've escaped. So... this thing. It's a bell. It's in a tower.
I'll...
Hello, old man. Oh my god, you gotta be at a very precise location to, oh no. Game. The game is stuck trying to walk towards him now, and it... Please, game. No! Well, back to here. Run the gauntlet again.
Come on!
Okay. Again. Save in here this time. Now, please talk to him successfully and without getting stuck.
Greetings, old man. I am Cyrus.
Cyrus, eh? Never heard of you. Must be new around here. My name's Favis. Everybody just calls me Favis, though.
Have you seen my sister?
My sister Azara is missing. Do you know her?
Sure, a nice young lady, too.
Aww.
Sister, you say? I haven't seen her around in a while, though. Wonder if she might be missing.
Yeah, so am I. That's why I'm back.
Apparently, no one has seen her for months. Do you have any idea what might have happened?
Might have something to do with the Restless League. Some of them fellows came around looking for her a while back.
Do you think she's
Azara
in trouble?
Was in trouble with the Restless League?
I didn't say that. Although, come to think of it, they didn't look too friendly. No one you've run across, that's for sure. Their enemies have a way of turning up dead.
What about your bell?
You're in charge of this bell tower?
Don't wanna be, but I'm stuck with it. Dan Purnell's fault leaves me stuck here while he sits up in the cool breeze and watches Hunden Bay roll by. Does he think I'd like to wave the flag once in a while? Stubborn as a mule he is, and ungrateful to boot.
What about him?
Purnell, a friend of yours?
Friend? Ha! Blind as a bat he is, but will he ever let me wave the flag? No! Too stuffy down there, he says. You fall off the chair, he says. Always some excuse. Now he's gone and broken the bell. Don't know why I put up with it.
What's broken?
The bell doesn't look broken.
Well, not broken exactly, but I'm sure it doesn't ring as loud as it used to. But Purnell wouldn't let me have Lakeem look at it, would he? Insisted on doing it himself. Typical. Took him half the day, then had the nerve to tell me there's nothing wrong with it.
And what about the flag?
I'm not sure I follow you. What flag do you mean?
We're supposed to trade off. One of us watches for ships, waves the flag when he sees one, then the other rings the bell to let people know. But he never lets me take my turn in the watchtower. Doesn't care about my feelings, not at all.
What a meanie.
Always about what Purnell wants. Huh.
I'm not sure if I've met Lakeem.
Oh, I have,
Me
but...
neither. Now that Lakeem, on the other hand, handiest young fellow I ever met, can fix anything. Hey, you look like a handy sort yourself. Maybe you could take a look at it for me.
Maybe I can.
Sure, I'd be happy to.
Good lad. Stay there, young fella.
Aha!
What's this? Nothing wrong with this bell. Just the old man's ears that need fixing. What's this?
Wait. What does the log say? It seems to be in perfect
What's this?
walking order. What if we tell him that it's just his getting old?
Favis, how are you doing?
Been better, been worse.
I checked, and there's nothing wrong with the bell.
Good lad. I was right. That fool Purnell said it didn't need fixing, but I knew it needed fixing, so you fixed it, eh? Well, I'm much obliged.
Okay.
That's all for now, Favis.
Will you let me ring the bell? Let's save. And then how does this Ruth Goldberg machine work? It works by, we ring the bell. His eyepiece is in here. So there's an item I'm missing. I see Flavis. I see bell rope. I do not see anything else. Am I blind? Is it up the top of the... somewhere up here? How about we don't suffer pointless fall damage? What if I try and pull the rope?
Don't touch that bell rope unless you want to be remembered as the cowardly villain who murdered a kind and dutiful old man just so he could play the fool with that good man's bell.
I don't want to hurt you. I was just told that there's an item here. The eyepiece is sitting on a ledge that you need to jump over to. Okay, I must have missed it in the climb up area. Game? Thank you.
What's this? What's this?
That's meant to be an eyepiece? I would have figured that's like a big nail, but whatever. Jump and move forwards. Come on.
What's this?
A monocle. Okay, back on the rope. I don't want to have to make that jump again, so we definitely make a save. Okay, and now that I have the eyepiece, I can supposedly give it to the other person. Who lives where? Harbour Tower. Near where Kataru sits.
I'll kill you.
Okay.
Struck you.
Oh my god. No. No! Leave me alone! Well, I was on half health
Put it
anyway.
down.
I might as well go visit the
You won't escape.
temple and get all the way up to full health. Costs no more to heal from 10 than it does to heal from half, so no loss. Fix me again, father. He's gonna be a rich man into this campaign. Hello. Heal me.
I need you to tend to my wounds again, brother.
I must ask you to pay the temple tax, of course. Will you?
I wish there was a buy in bulk discount, or like spend more once and get it
I'll see you
forever.
later, Brother Niddle.
Goodbye, my son.
Just a bit. Okay, save. Those things. Nope, 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 nope,
You're
nope,
open.
nope, 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 nope. Come on, camera. I'm sorry. Oh. Come on, game. You can do it. No, it really can't. Well, force close. Unless M is it. But it's not, so we're gonna have to force close it. We'll be back in a sec. Redguard! I may have to run over here again, though. "3D effects." Oh, yeah, there we go. Presumably the guy in the top left is the pirate boss. Oh, thank God. For a second I thought it was putting me back at the catacombs. I strongly suspect Child Me would never have... Well, it would have taken hundreds of hours for Child Me to work out these convoluted series of... If at all, find the eyepiece to give to the flagman, to then take back to the bellman. I'm almost thankful. I would say I'm actually thankful for that. Enter. It ended up that we didn't have a computer that could play it, followed by a computer that was too good to play it. Okay, don't get stuck this time. Forwards. Is he in this side of it? Yes. Hello. Talk to you.
Hello, sir. Sir, could I speak to you for a moment?
Who's there? What do you want?
My name is Cyrus. I'd like to ask you a few questions if you don't mind.
Mind? Why would I mind? I'm Purnell, by the way. Ask away, my boy.
At least he doesn't sound like the other guy. Do you know my sister?
Do you know my sister? Izara.
Izara? And you're Cyrus, her brother? Of course. Probably look just like her, too. Would have seen the family resemblance. But without my eyepiece, I'm afraid I can't get too good a look at you. You know, I haven't seen Izara around in quite some time.
So about your eyepiece.
So you can't see without your eyepiece?
I can see the galleons and spice traders just fine with this spyglass. But other than that, I mean, I can't very well walk around
Town
town
holding a
telescope
telescope?
up to my eye.
It might be kind of funny, though.
I'm laughing even as we speak. Could you maybe find it for me, lad? It's a strange kind of loneliness when the beginnings of your vision's at a 100 yards.
I think I may have found your eyepiece. Is this it?
Well, glory be! How can I ever thank you, Cyrus, my boy? I know! I'll let you wave the flag. It'll be our little secret, eh? Go on, take it! Take it! An opportunity like this don't come along every day.
Okay.
All right. I think I'll take you up on that.
That's a spirit. You'll soon see what I'm talking about. Nothing like it, I'm telling you.
So, is that I have it in an inventory? Yes! Flag! And now what? I go outside and wiggle, wiggle, wiggle the flag? Okay, and that makes... Let's just follow this sequence of stuff. So it was supposed to do that, and it has. When he spots one, he waves the flag. He will let you... Yeah. Nope. Okay, blah 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 blah. Give him the eyepiece. Headed back to the bell tower. Rollo now emerges from his dwelling and starts to walk down to the docks. There is a time limit! Oh my gosh. Once he gets back, he'll just sit down on the chest again. His house is next to the dragon tail, on the other side of the well. Enter it and open... Holy moly. Oh, well, I'm glad we were paused at least. Glad we were paused at least. Come on, out the way. Let me out, 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 let me out. Okay. Next to the inn. Save. Nope. Nope. Not suffering unnecessary damage. Nope.
Traitor.
Okay. So, dragon... Well, so it's either this house or that house. Right?
What's this?
The silver locket. Oh, it's got a little picture and a bit of her hair. Oh. No, please don't wave the flag. Pick up the other stuff. Doesn't look like I'm allowed to pick up the other stuff. But there's a bottle in there, and I want it. But whatever. Okay, and then we go give this back to Mr. Fix-It. And then he'll tell us the password and we can go into the smuggler's den. Here, I've got your silly locket.
Found my locket yet?
Yes, yes I have.
Lakeen?
Have you found my locket?
Yes.
Okay, Lakeen. Here's your locket. Now tell me the password.
Oh, thank goodness! You got it! I'm saved! Never going back to that den again! No, sir. No more for me, but have your own go at it. The password you require is...
Spoon?
Be careful, Cyrus, and thanks again.
Not like down with the Emperor or something?
We'll talk later.
Okay. Good, I avoided aggroing that guard. Maybe not that one though, we'll see.
What's a password?
Spoon.
Right, just a second.
Okay. Now what? I surrender.
What's wanted, mate?
Cyrus.
Yurik. Welcome to the smuggler's den. What do you want?
I want to know if you know
I'm
about my
looking for
sister.
Azara, my sister. Apparently, she did business with you occasionally.
That's right, she came by from time to time. Last time I saw her, she was after a piece of malachite for some reason.
What do you know about the
Does
League?
the Restless League operate out of the smuggler's den?
We've always worked together, since way back before the Civil War. Mutual interest and all that. The League boys must be laying low. Haven't seen any of them in weeks. Yeah, no matter. Smuggling's good business
With or without pirates. What do you think of the
Imperial
occupation?
doesn't seem to have cramped your style much.
Everyone needs smugglers, like it or not. For instance, Rickton likes his Valenwood wine. The League makes sure none of it arrives legally, and we make sure the palace cellar stays well stocked.
Everyone
Everybody
wins. Okay.
A cozy little operation you've got here.
Thanks. We like to think so. Say, who gave you the password, by the way? So I know who I need to beat the hell out of.
What about Rickton?
Still, I'm surprised Rickton gives you such a free hand.
We have our uses. Like if you don't want the Emperor to know how much taxes you're actually collecting.
Oh, so he is a corrupt
As I
governor?
said, everybody wins.
Officially?
Don't worry, your secret's safe with me. Not that this place is such a secret. Half the town seems to know about it.
Yeah, well, we don't rate quite as highly as the Restless League on Rickton's enemies list.
What would Azara
Why was
want
my
with
sister
that?
after
I
Malachite?
don't know. She sure wanted it bad, though. Traded me a League insignia for it. Said I could use it to get favors from the League. Yeah, but since then the League has vanished from Stros Makai, so I'm stuck with a worthless piece of paper.
Okay, so how do we trade you for the
I could
worthless
use that
piece of
insignia
paper?
Azara gave you. Can I have it?
Well, that depends. What's in it for me?
That you were Izara's
You
friend?
claim to be Azara's friend. I'm trying to find out what happened to her, and I need that parchment to do it.
I never said I was her friend, just that I knew her. What makes you think I care what happened to her?
She would have liked
Because
you.
I know my sister. She would have liked you. She always did have bad taste in men.
Is that supposed to be an insult? Hell, you may as well take it. I can see if I don't give it to you, you'll just stand here talking all day.
I was not
I got
expecting it to
work
be
to
that
do.
easy. R is for Redguard. What do you have to say about the palace?
Suppose you wanted to get into the governor's palace. Could you do it?
Not me. Governor tolerates our operation, sure, but he doesn't trust us. Richton's a stickler for security, and no wonder. The League would love to put a knife in him. Nobody gets in the palace without a damn good reason.
So that would be if we were still trying to work out how to bribe our
It's
way
been
into
a
the
pleasure,
palace.
Yurik.
If we hadn't done the most obvious of the quests, the go get the necromancer's jewel to give to the corrupt governor. Which again hints that we're doing things out of sequence. Okay.
I'm
No,
quite...
no, guards. No. I want to head to the lighthouse. It actually looks like I might be able to just swim directly there. We'll see if the sharks don't eat me. I do have very vivid memories of child me getting eaten by the sharks. I remember those bridges that we had to do the jumping over and falling in and getting eaten by sharks, and then the game like crashing too much and me giving up on the game because of the hardware differences. Actually, it wants to be that way. Nope, the shark got us. Fine. So I need to go that way. The shark got us. I don't ever remember seeing this great big burning thing before. Fair enough. Ooh! And what's that? Oops. Sewers? No, this is the catacombs where we escaped. Okay. No, thank you.
Cyrus, sweetheart.
Lad?
Okay. And then turn left. Ooh. Was that some jumping dolphins?
it down. Surrender now.
Yeah, we're making progress. Jump. 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 It's quicker than running. Jump. 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 Maybe it's actually not quicker. No, it is quicker. Nearly there. Can you let me pass the plant? Okay, and then presumably we give this person the piece of paper that says they owe us a favor.
You again.
Let's talk.
Your time is running out, Cyrus.
I'm owed a favor.
The proof you've been waiting for. A Restless League insignia from Azara.
So,
I don't know where you got
Get
that, Cyrus, but it will
a
do.
letter from your
An
own
insignia
sister.
scrawled as such buys you at least an audience with the League. Climb on board. We're off before the
I'm
Imperials
looking for
know
my
I'm
sister.
here.
Here's a letter from my sister that says you can take me to go see someone to find out about her. That is not the best writing there. That is not the best writing. They have not thought through that logic. No, why not just show a letter from our sister from earlier? Ugh. No, I'm not allowed to move yet. You know, everyone else is like, you look exactly like her. You're, you know.
What do you want?
I want you to not be a hassle woman. Hello, are you... No, we can't even talk... Oh, we can talk to you. Are you Basil?
Where can I find Basil?
He's over on West Dock. Just don't poke your nose into what doesn't concern you.
I need a ride back to Stros Makai.
You're going nowhere till Basil is finished with you.
But thou must talk to him. The map doesn't work here. Which is sad. But they said he's on a dock, so we should... Thankfully we have the compass, so we know which way is west. We can stop getting caught on the pillar. Are you Basil?
Where can I find Basil?
He's over on West Dock.
You're the same guy?
Just don't poke your nose into what doesn't
Okay, you're the
concern
same
you.
guy. Fair enough.
Locked.
Okay.
Hey, what are you, a spy? Get away from there.
But I'm trying to... I was told he's to the west. I'm just trying to go west. Where's Basil?
Oh, you're our nosy visitor, right? Look over on West Dock. He's waiting for you. And don't get into anything. I'm keeping an eye on you.
Alright. It's where the best life is. Go west. I very nearly fell off there. Okay, that way. That way. Surely this is he.
Where can I find Basil?
Just came in with Yaley. To talk with Basil, check over in West Dock. Go straight there and don't get into any trouble.
But this is west, and it is a dock. Over there? Yes, that looks like the guy on the loading screen. You.
Yes, yes, yes.
No, don't wave the flag at him. Talk to him.
There's the bastard that spoiled my raid.
That was you? I remember two jokers who couldn't handle their sabers, but you must have been hiding.
You see me now, though, don't you?
I do.
Vander.
Plain as day, right here.
Are you Basil? You're a hard man to find.
Mystery Maintenance Cyrus, what do you want?
We've screwed up the camera by
We don't
picking
need to talk to him. Let me...
that particular
Listen here,
point to
Spotlight, I'm not
stand.
here for you. I know everything you have to say. Draw your sword anytime you're ready.
Where is my sister?
Where is she?
Wrong strategy this early in the dialogue, sir. The game is to find out what the other one knows first, not show how much of the map you can't read.
Can he die now?
Step off, Shiny. We'll get to that in a minute.
See, I thought you were Azara's messenger boy, which would have granted a longer audience, but you're standing there looking like the last loose end of many.
What do you know about the League?
So you lead this band?
If you say so.
So you plan to take on the Empire?
Tor did that already and died for it. The Empire won't suffer us to live against her, or a history written without her name. So there's no point to resist so overtly.
How very restless of you.
Let me cut this smartass.
I'm not suggesting the League greet the Empire with open arms. I propose we greet them with secret arms, with subtle stings, with blood and coin spilt in stealth. Sublunar threat. Our purpose is to hint ever so
Sublunar?
politely that there is no profit in Hammerfell, and no prospect of profit. When the Empire despairs of getting rich in Stros Makai, she'll turn her hand to more profitable enterprises.
Okay, so they're playing guerrilla warfare, make
Why
it
are you
unprofitable
still
to
preying on
occupy.
Stros Makai?
My, how glibly you parrot Imperial propaganda. Perhaps an ignorant tourist like you wouldn't notice that we touch only the Empire's and Richter's ships. Excitable ship owners and Imperial fellow travelers raise a hue and cry against plunder and piracy, but the people of Stros Makai know the real targets of our activity.
What about the Empire?
I've seen the Cyrodiils expanding throughout the rest of Tamriel. You're not going to stop them.
Hark! The wise man speaks! But let me advise you, that's the worst thing you could ever say to Azara when you find her.
There's no point in
If
resisting?
There's no point in resisting. Why do you stay here?
Hear that, Vander? The man thinks to probe my innermost thoughts. Should I share with him a list of my heart's desires?
Would
Your
help
list is too long, Basil. I'll tell mine. It's short and
to the point.
Your list will be short enough, fool, if you pull that sword on me.
Izara's messenger boy.
I'm Azara's brother, and all my loose ends have led me to you.
She never mentioned a brother.
And she's been part of us for a long time now. And from her omission of reference to you, I infer little pride or confidence in you.
Ouch!
A judgment that seems well supported in the course of our brief and none too gratifying acquaintance.
Very well spoken,
He has
smuggler
no
pirate.
idea where she is either.
He doesn't know where she is.
He's got the same cordial manners as his sister, that's for sure.
Part of you?
When and why would Azara have ever joined you? Did her association with you get her killed?
There are some who can't admit a demise, who in the face of defeat create theories of retaliation. But the secret of theory is that truth doesn't exist. Azara disappeared appropriately into the very same void.
I hope that meant something to you because it gets me no closer to Azara. I want to know what happened to her now.
Wake up, sucker! We're thieves and we're bad guys, and Azara was a part of it whether you like it or not. In case you didn't notice, we're hiding out here. So it stands to reason if Azara isn't here, then she's in trouble. Don't you think the Empire might be able to help you solve this mystery a little better? You're wasting your time here.
What kind of trouble would she be in?
He can't help us, Basil. It's my turn now.
Come on!
Oh no. I surrender.
Gotcha!
Sword. Save. Sword. Where is he? Ah.
Stupid.
Oh,
Button it up.
very nice.
Go to hell. Damn. You're doing your best. Damn.
Play nice.
Go to hell. Azara fought better than you do. Damn. You
About to
win.
lose.
I yield.
He says he yields. Have I earned my...
I'm done with your bully boy. Anna left him alive.
And now the altruistic brother pup wants his bone. First, here's a bandage. Tie to yourself
Oh,
up.
thank you for healing
Unless you
me.
were planning to use that sweet little puppy tongue to lick your wounds clean.
We get an item that heals us? Do we get an item
You
that
like
heals
breathing,
us?
Basil?
Fine. Here's the key to Azar's lodge. We've already ransacked it for clues to her whereabouts. Maybe you can find something we couldn't. Clues, particularly in a journal, one we can't open. If you can tell me what's in the journal, I'll tell you what I know about Azara's disappearance.
That's better, much better. I can't use this by itself.
Huh?
I can't use this by itself.
So it heals me for a little bit, but then it's spent. Maybe I have to clean it? Jumping in the water doesn't seem like a smart move, actually.
It's locked.
Well, you want something?
It's locked.
Yeah, I'm trying to use the...
It's locked.
Okay, so it's not that one. Which one is her house?
I can't use this by itself. It's locked.
That's why I'm trying to use the key.
It's locked.
Maybe it's up here. No, it's not an interactable door. Is it this one? God damn it.
It's locked. It's locked.
Okay.
It's locked.
Is it that one?
It's locked.
Well, there's not very many more it can be. Okay. Of course, it's the final one. Okay, we were told about a diary.
Damn, better try something else.
How do we open your journal, sister?
Must be Azara's journal.
Well, it looks like...
it's locked, but there's no keyhole.
Yeah, there's a missing little blood thing, though. A petal on the rose. So, presumably we look for a rose petal somewhere around here. Am I just failing to see it? No, I don't think I'm just failing to see it. What about the cupboard? Nope.
Must be Azara's journal. Looks like it's locked, but there's no keyhole.
Do we use the sword on the book?
Must be Azara's journal.
Do we use the... orc's blood on the book?
Must be Azara's journal. Looks like it's locked, but there's no keyhole.
And what does our log say? Basil gave me the key to Azara's lodge and suggested looking around for clues to her whereabouts. In particular, he mentioned a journal he couldn't open in return for learning the contents of the journal. Basil promises to tell me all about her disappearance. So, summarizing what's literally happened. Nope. Okay. Blah, 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 blah. Smuggler's Den. Blah, 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 blah. The League hideout. There's a locked journal that may contain answers. If you got injured, be sure to talk to Vanda. Also, to receive a second bandage. I think that was a first bandage, though. Oh, use the bandage to make it bloody? Unlock the door and use the bloody bandage to unlock her blood-sealed journal. I didn't think that was blood. I thought they were meant to be rose petals. Oh god, no.
Ugh, that's nasty.
Oh, okay. We didn't actually spend the orc's blood. Thankfully. Here, this. The others didn't say use thing on thing. All the other options just say examine thing. Boo!
First C26, Common Era, 864. This is my last entry, as I'm taking leave of this maddening torpor. The time to act is at hand. Basil and the rest of his lazy bulls are content to mourn our prince and hide in shadows, even while we have the very thing the governor fears most. For months my love has lain in amber, while the Empire firms its hold. Hammerfell will be lost forever if Prince Ator is not restored. I'm decided. If the League can't shake its slumber, then I will steal the soul gem as they sleep. By morning, I'll be in Strass Mackay, where there are others who might give me the help I need. Cyrus, the gypsy woman told me you would come to Strass Mackay. I laughed in her face, of course, but I leave this warning if only for respect of one's elders. If the bloodline is opened, then I know it is you, and I ask you to heed the next. Leave me my dilemma, and go back to whatever road you love best these days. You've had ample practice.
Leave me to my dilemma and go back to whatever road you love best these days. So, I don't need your help, little brother. I'm a strong, independent woman. Ooh, cinematic.
Where is she?
I don't know. I was hoping this would tell me.
What do you know then?
When Azara joined the League, she changed its face. She gained us the attention of Prince Ator. Before Azara, we were a wild pack of nationalists with sharp swords and enthusiastic schemes. Our wanting reputation kept Ator from announcing an open affiliation, but we worked for him in secret, removing forebear traitors on the mainland and killing Imperial emissaries too long lingering at our borders.
And then the war came all the way to Strass Mackay.
Where Ator should have won. He had Hunding Spire with him that day. He would turn back Tiber Septim from Hammerfell forever. The League wasn't invited to join in the battle, for discretion's sake, and we were forced to watch from afar. And at that battle we saw the face of a new empire. They sent a dragon, and no man could stand against it.
It killed Prince Ator?
Ator challenged the beast, but he never reached it. A poisoned arrow from Rigdon's henchmen felled the prince just as he rushed headlong to meet the dragon.
What does this have to do with Azara?
As Ator lay dying, his wizard, the Archmage Boa, tried desperately to save his life. The dragon was upon them, and there was little time. Boa gathered Ator's life force into a soul gem just as the fire rained down. The Battle of Strass Mackay ended then, and Azara's trouble began.
Get to it.
In another story altogether, the League got its hands on the soul gem, Reservoir, the prince's power, and the narrative of wishful thinking began. The restless League now had the means to bring back the prince. We could restore Prince Ator from the soul gem, and under his banner, fight the Battle of Strass Mackay again. This time rightly at his side. And then that little witch took it.
Azara took the soul gem?
And with it the fate of Strass Mackay. The prince's spirit within that gem was the spark to ignite a revolution. When Azara stole the soul gem, she stole from us that fire.
Where would she have gone with it?
If we knew that, you wouldn't be here right now. The only reason we let you in the hideout was to find out what you know, or what this could tell us. We both seem to still be looking for our answers yet.
I'll be back if you're lying, and I'll spare no one then.
Find the soul gem, and you'll find Azara.
Take me back to Strass Mackay.
This is bigger than your sister, Redguard! Remember that? This is about the kingdom! This is about Hammerfell now!
His voice changed.
Damn fool. Maybe just the damn fool we need to find Azara and the soul gem.
Maybe so.
There we go. Now his voice is back to super deep. I in control? I'm in control. Save. We never want to have to see all that again.
I can't use this by itself.
Okay. So, what does our log say? Basil gave me a key. Yes, yes. Basil related the story of the defeat of Prince Ator and his forces by Imperials, how Richton's Dark Elf assassin struck down Ator with a poisoned arrow, and how the Imperial Dragon routed Ator's followers, and how the Archmage preserved the dying prince's souls in a soul gem. He then revealed that the League gained possession of this soul gem, and planned to spark a revolution with the prospect of the prince restored from the soul gem to lead the League and Ator's supporters against the Imperials. Basil also tells how Azara stole the soul gem from the League and disappeared. Find the soul gem and you'll find Azara, Basil says. After hearing Basil, you sailed from the League hideout back to the mainland. Okay. Log. In fairness to the HF, this is back when you would have changed your monitor from a leisurely 30 frames per second up to a high speed of 45 frames per second this game. If you had the awesome might of the Voodoo 2 graphics card. Save. Save. So what am I actually meant to do then? Because, like, we've gone from find your sister with the pirates to find your sister in the whole universe. That is a bit painful. Okay, so let's go back to we have now completed, starting out, the amulet, escape. We've done contact to the lead. The next is a legendary flask. To begin with, you need to buy the book Elven Artifacts 8 at Jaflair's Books. If you haven't already done so, it costs 40 gold. Bring the book to the cartographer and talk to Maiko. Okay. Bookshop, Elven Artifacts, and then to the cartographer.
I'll spill yours yet. Die, Redguard!
And again, it would be much more convenient to do this while the guards aren't trying to murder you.
Surrender now!
I was kind of hoping that, like, after a set amount of walking, or maybe a set period of time, you can reuse the bandage.
Surrender now! Surrender now!
Look at them all. Thank you kindly for the follow.
I'm quick! You're all traitor! Surrender now! Put it down! Come on!
Oh wow, that sun actually looks pretty good. And it's like moving. But let's not get distracted by the impressive graphics.
Well?
Come on! Come on!
Bookshop. They wanted to see us twerking. How rich are we? I have enough money that I'm willing to pay for the healing whilst we're here. Where are you, old man? Oh, we accidentally clipped through him. Heal me.
I need you to tend to my wounds again, brother.
I must ask you to pay the temple tax, of course. Will you?
Yes.
Fine.
Thank you for 60 health.
Until later,
Ooh,
brother.
ooh, actually, let's ask you about the soul gem.
Goodbye, my
Soul
son.
gem, soul gem, soul gem, soul gem, soul gem. No, I want to talk to him. And then maybe the Mages Guild.
What do you know about soul gems, Brother Niddle?
'Tis an aberration to the hardliners among my vocation, who view the practice of soul gems
Little better than
as little better
necromancer.
than necromancy. The followers of RK see any interruption of the soul's migration as an evil not to be endured.
Really? Did you know the prince's soul was placed in one of these vessels of evil? And that it is somewhere on this island?
That is quite interesting.
So you didn't know this, huh?
This news has escaped me thus far.
I don't believe him, but whatever.
Until later, Brother Niddle.
Goodbye, my son.
Okay, the other people to ask would be the Mage Guild people. I just want to see if they give us any hints before we fast track it to the bookshop.
Looking for something?
Felicia.
Do you know anything about
Welcome
soul
back.
gems, love?
What do you know about soul gems, Felicia?
Nothing. Why do you ask?
I think you're lying.
Don't lie to me, girl. Azara stole the soul gem from the Restless League, and I think she came here with it. And if you don't tell me...
Keep it down, will you? I'll tell you what I know.
Haha. Well, spill the beans.
I'm sorry I didn't tell you before, but Archmage Jaganvir is worried that the Empire will shut the guild down if we are caught helping the Crowns.
I'm not a crown. Azara is my sister.
Fine. Your sister came here with the soul gem. She was frantic and insisting on speaking to one of the upper cabal. She was worried about being followed and needed to restore Prince Ator as soon as possible.
Sure.
She was going to bring back the prince.
What do you think the soul gem was for in the first place? A keepsake of her lost love? Look, Archmage Voa put Ator's soul into the gem to save him from the Empire. See? somehow the Restless League got their hands on it and were using it to rally supporters to win the kingdom back. Anyway, Izara got tired of waiting around for this attack to happen, so she swiped the gem and came here to get things done.
Okay, makes sense.
But since the Archmage was killed in the battle, there was no one left with enough power to restore the prince. Izara was terrified. Then one of our members, an acolyte named Jodo, decided he would try to help her and find another way to restore the prince.
Did it work?
Okay.
Yeah, Prince Ator's behind you right now making funny faces. No, it didn't work. Izara was here night and day doing research, with Jodo poring over scrolls and spell books to find some clue that would help them. But the Empire must have caught on. A dark elf came to talk to Jaganvir one day, and the next thing you know, Jodo is thrown into the city jail for treason against the Empire.
What happened to Azara?
I don't know if she got away or she was caught along with Jodo or what. He's the only one who could tell you that, and he's rotting away in a cell.
Not for long.
You're crazy if you think you're gonna break into the city jail. The Empire has...
Silence!
Silence!
Archmage Jaganvir, I was only...
Would you have the Empire put the whole of the guild in chains? Speaking of this, is strictly forbidden.
Back off, Sparkly. I was just leaving. I have everything I wanted to know.
You're not leaving until I'm sure you'll never speak a word of what you've learned. And I have a perfect and most satisfying means of ensuring your discretion.
Oh, he attempts to magic us? He turns us into a bunny rabbit? The heck? Do the guards at least not want to kill me now? It honestly might be worth staying as the bunny rabbit then.
Hello. Don't be afraid.
You're open.
Help.
Yellow!
Take that.
Dad.
You're open.
Yellow!
Die, Redguard.
Inch!
Surrender now.
What happened?
I'm quick. You're open.
Yapinam!
I'm quick. Take that.
He doesn't seem to realize I've transformed into a bunny rabbit. Blah 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 blah. The elf girl said blah 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 that there was an acolyte called Jodo who agreed to help. One day the dark elf came to speak with the archmage, and then Jodo was arrested and jailed for treason against the Empire. Felicia doesn't know what happened. Jodo is the only one who can tell me, and he's locked away in the jail. Archmage Jagnavir surprises Felicia telling about Izara? That doesn't make sense, but whatever. Johto and the Soul Gem. Jagnavir casts an enchantment turning me into a gremlin to keep me from revealing this information to anyone. So presumably we go to the jail, and then the jailed wizard man ungremlinifies us, and then we help him escape. The world seems so much bigger. Do we have a jump? We can't even jump. Oh no, we can jump. In fact, we can jump, like... I think the jump height is the same, so that we have a ludicrous jump height whilst we're gremlin. There's a hole in the wall there, just in case we can't use the door. It doesn't look like we can. Can we jump in through the window? Yes, we can jump in through the window. A wallaby. Okay. No, there's not actually anything up here. And we can't go through the door. No, I doubt it's about jumping up these things, right? Now, it looks like it might be about jumping up that. Game. Save. And you know what? I'm going to fiddle with something on my side. Okay. Double check that we saved. So we have new bridges to cross. What good does this do me? I don't think this does me any good.
Well,
Aha.
what have we here? You want something from Giotto?
Help.
Yalu!
Sorry, Giotto can't understand you.
Please?
Yalu! Me!
What?
Yalu! Me! Back!
This means nothing to Giotto.
Magic?
Yalu! Me! Back! Inj!
Giotto doesn't understand.
What if I say Jodo?
Yeah!
Sorry, Giotto can't understand you.
Yeah! Wee!
What?
We presumably have to say the right things in the right order, but he's expressed no understanding of any of them, so I really can't be bothered. I mean, I really liked the Khajiit in the opening sequence, Rested Pandy, where he actually spoke Khajiit. Like, they spoke their own language. Okay, so blah, 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 blah. Johto Magic, please, Izara. Is what we're supposed to pick.
Yeah, wee, yeah.
This means nothing to Johto.
Okay, so we'll exit, start again. It was Johto, please, Magic, Izara.
You want something from Johto?
Supposedly.
Yeah.
Johto doesn't understand.
Yeah, me.
Sorry, Johto can't understand you.
Johto, please, Magic.
Yeah, me. Inge.
What?
Izara.
Yeah, me. Inge. Back.
Oh,
means nothing to
change
Johto.
me back. Come on, that said change me back. No, that does make sense. Johto Magic, please, Izara. It says that that's supposed to be what it is, but... What if we say bye now?
Be num num.
You want something from Johto?
Okay. Let's listen to these again.
Yellow.
Do it the way we're supposed to.
Johto doesn't understand.
No, Lulu is not it.
Yellow. Me.
Me? That's number
Sorry,
2.
Johto can't understand you.
Yellow. Me. Back.
What?
Okay, so please Izara is 2-3.
Yellow. Me. Back. Yeah.
This means nothing to Johto.
Che, me, back.
Wee.
Johto doesn't understand.
Wee. Inge.
Sorry, Johto can't understand you.
Okay, so Johto Magic, please Izara
Ya be num num.
is supposedly it. And that agrees with...
You want something from Johto?
Che,
Yeah.
What?
Nsh,
Yeah. Inge.
This means nothing to Johto.
change, me,
Yeah. Inge. Me.
Johto doesn't understand.
change me,
Yeah. Inge. Me. Back.
change me back.
What? Oh, Johto sees. Jagravier's favorite.
Okay.
What did you do?
I don't
to
know why it
avoid
worked this time and didn't the other.
Johto wonders. Well, Johto take care of this, no problem. Tein somoni ushmatkal.
And we are humanified.
Thank you. I'm Cyrus.
Lord, Isara's brother.
Yes, and I'm here because I'm told you can help me find Izara.
Well, yes, like your sister, Cyrus knows where to find trouble. How did you get here? And can you get Johto out?
Maybe, but keys are a problem. And I have a much better chance of getting out of here by myself.
Yeah.
Yes, Johto sees the problem.
But I swear I'll get you out of here if you'll help me find Izara.
Yes, Johto thinks Necromancer has Izara.
Oh,
How could
joy.
that be?
Izara asked Johto for help to use his magic to restore Prince Ator from Soul Gem. Johto could not, and Johto knows no other at Guild can help. Johto knows only one sorcerer can do this thing. Nagasta, powerful necromancer.
So you sent her there?
No, no, no. Giotto not stupid. Giotto warned sister. No trust dark warn Nagasta. Powerful, yes, is Nagasta, but wicked. Soul stealer, old and evil.
But Azara would not listen?
No, she is your sister, you know, and she loves the prince, so she must try. So Giotto tells her. Giotto knows a precaution, protection against wicked Nagasta.
The precaution didn't work?
No, poor Izara. No patience. Giotto tells her flask of Lilandril, old elven magic, here on this island. But where? Flask is lost many years. So we search and search, but few clues. So slow. Izara can't wait. We find
Our
one
sister
thing,
was
one piece
impatient.
of map. I think it shows where to look, but just one piece.
So she abandoned any hopes of finding the flask and went to the necromancers anyway?
Yes, I think. But Giotto keeps looking, and Giotto finds other piece of map. But before Giotto can show it, Izara is gone. Then Imperial they find Giotto and stick him here. But Giotto still has map piece. He hides it from guards. Here, I show you.
Oh.
Take this. Find flask. Then go to Nagasta. Find Izara. There,
Oh,
I think.
oh, who's here? So, a bit of the map. We might have to do a put the map pieces together puzzle.
You talk too much, cat.
Ah,
Giotto!
Not Jodo!
Izara.
Redguard, one way out. Through me.
Bastard, you. Bastard.
Come, Red.
Save. Imagine if we hadn't full healed before coming here. I'm actually quite sad that Jodo's dead. Goodbye, Jodo. We barely knew ye. Strength potion. Could you please use it?
Let's shop the top. Easy. The tower left, not two.
Camera.
And day. Weakling. The tower left, not two. There's blood. Let's and day. Let's and day. Let's
He can kill us quicker. Luckily we made the save. Let's try this again. The only potion we have. Oh. Oh, game crash. Ah. Back to it. Yeah. I miss Jodo already. And with this, I think we've seen everyone except our sister on this loading screen now. Oh, God. I'm so glad we're not there. Here. Inventory. Potion.
The tower left, not two. Easy. The tower left, not two. Easy. Let's and day. Let's struck well. Let's
Oh, he teleportation no jutsus. We done? Do I have a log about it? Johto dispelled the changed gremlin. He thinks that the... Yeah, blah blah. Before he could give his second piece to Izara, she'd disappeared. I must have the flask of Lilandril. Then suddenly the governor's dark elf appeared in the jail, killed Johto, and attacked. So what, we just run away now?
locked. It's locked. It's locked.
So we have a bunch of locked doors.
There he is.
Oh god, no, not real people. Thank you. We get out. Oh, that's meant to be the elf saleswoman.
It's one of the pirates. Traitor.
Seriously? If I fall off here, I'm gonna die. Save. Save.
Try me, Redguard.
Yes. No. Significantly less yes.
Take that.
What's the way down? Maybe we jump
I'm
over here.
quick. Try me, Redguard.
We do not, in fact, jump over there.
Try me, Redguard.
Maybe I was not meant to come this way.
A sharp sword will be your death.
Maybe I was meant to go the other way. Although that
Out
also
of my
seems
way.
wrong. Well,
Come on.
gotta try it. That's also a no.
It's one of the pirates.
Where the hell am I supposed to go then? Up. 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 Go up.
A sharp sword. You're
Oh,
open.
you idiot.
There he is.
I just want you to go up.
Come on.
Yes, like that. Thank you. Now where? You reckon we can reach to there? It's the only lead I have to go on. Just barely.
God, surround him.
And again, because I don't want to make these jumps a second time, thank you.
It's one of the pirates. Cross with me, Redguard. I'll kill you. Fall back and let me.
There.
Out of my way. A sharp sword will be your death. Die, Redguard.
He poked me off the edge of the building. Okay.
I'll
Yes.
spill
There
yours
he is.
yet.
Yeah.
Try me, Redguard. Come on. A sharp sword will be your death.
Go.
Surrender now.
Up. 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 Thank you. Up. The flying ship. And... You reckon we can make it to there? I don't think I'd be able to make it to there. Looks too far away. Still, gonna have to try. Well, it definitely didn't work like that. We'll give it another couple of goes. Maybe with a running start. That's still a no. Okay, I meant to fall down to here, maybe. And then here to there. And then here to up there.
It's one.
This is surprisingly Assassin's Creed-y.
You're open. A strike.
No, I wanted to pick up the potion. I don't care about sword fighting,
I struck
stupid
you.
guard.
You're slow. You're quite resourceful. I'll spill yours yet.
No!
Put it
Jump.
down. You're open.
Thank you. Good riddance. Don't care. Goodbye. We could go up there, or we could go
Come
over
on.
there.
I'll spill yours yet.
Now where? I guess up. No, up doesn't seem to be the answer.
Put it down.
Is it really not up?
Come on.
No, I don't like that. I'm going back to the last.
Put it down. I'll spill yours. Surrender now.
No. Yeah, it has to be that way. But then it doesn't have to be. It could be here,
Come on.
and then up to there. So I might have zorked myself by jumping down and to the right when you have to jump up and to the left. Yes, like that.
It's one of the Redguard.
Where are we supposed to go from up here then? It feels like it's gotta be there. Ooh, and there's a potion up here. What, save that. Try this again.
It's one of the pirates.
Nope. You can't say we didn't practice this jumping with that staircase at Mr. Parrot? Mr. Parrot. Oh! Yes, okay. I was thinking of the shopkeep that has a parrot, not the, I think of him as...
Try me, Redguard.
I think of the guy you're calling Mr. Parrot as, Charles Xavier. Like Professor X, because he's in a wheelchair. There was a little balcony thing, and I was trying to see if I can fall on that, but it looks like it might be. Oh, this isn't where I wanted to go.
Try me, Redguard.
Oh, I might live. Huh! I don't think this is what you're supposed to do. We might have bugged the game out. But maybe not. Maybe that is how we're supposed to get out. Maybe we're supposed to bouncy off the little balcony thing out into the water. No, the bandage is still damaged. I kind of had a little bit of hope that, the laughter fish? Pun, 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 pun. I'd kind of hoped that if you hopped in water, the bandage would, like, clean, and you could use it again. Alas, no. You know what, let's make a save, because it looks like we are not bugged. noticed that there's a triangle of distinctly darker water. Like, you can see where the edge between one kind of water ends and begins. Okay, so now we want bookshop.
Well?
It's also quite cool that there's like a day-night cycle. Oh, wrong way. But like, everything's now at night. All the... Well, people... There are still some people walking around, but like, everyone has their lights on and their lamps out.
You're open!
Oh, no, I'm not.
I'll spill yours yet.
Lad?
There he is.
So, heal, bookshop. No, I don't want to sword the old man.
I need you to tend to my wounds again, brother.
I must ask you to pay the temple tax, of course. Will you?
Fine.
Wham.
Until later, Brother Niddle.
Goodbye, my son.
Thank you. Now, bookshop. No, not sword. Put it away.
Good cheer, sir.
Okay. This guy is the one that loves to roll his R's, but only some of them. No, don't sword him, talk to him.
I greet you. May I do you service?
Hello, Jafar.
Cyrus.
I'd like to buy a book.
These shelves hold wisdom and folly in equal measure. Choose carefully.
Elven Artifacts.
How much for Elven Artifacts, Volume 3?
The hoary tale of the,
Flask of Lilandril.
piques your interest.
It does.
Legend more than history, but a good read for 40 gold. Will it be yours?
Yes.
I'll take it.
Jafar is sure you will enjoy it.
What do you know of this legendary flask?
Legends surround it, but Jafar is sure the flask is real. Scribes of ancient Lilandril record its discovery. Yes, the flask is not of elfish make, despite what you may read. They found it, used it, and lost it. But its creator is unknown.
How do you use it?
What makes the flask so valuable?
Here we have only legend to guide us. Stories tell of the High Wizard of Valenwood himself,
Armed
defeated
only
by
with
a
the
stable
flask.
boy, armed only with the flask. Exaggeration, surely, but still a kernel of truth. An anti-magic device of no small power.
Anti-magic?
It sounds like the flask may absorb magic.
Perhaps that would explain why no mage has ever been able to detect its location.
Can't scry it. Thank you for your help.
Peace, Desert Walker. I must go.
Investigate the book. Investigate.
I can't use this by itself.
Okay, can I use the book on the guy? No.
Welcome to Jeffers.
So how does
I
having the
need
book...
to use this with something else.
I don't care. Thank you. Save. And then how does the book help us? I assumed that the book would be like, go here and find Flask. Maybe we inspect it. What was it? Alt?
This book on elven artifacts details the Flask of Lilandril, an ancient flask with the ability to absorb magic. The flask was supposedly shipwrecked with its founders off the coast of Stros Mackay sometime during the First Era. One of the sections even has some sort of map notations in it. Maybe someone can make the map from them.
Okay. Good hint to go visit the map maker. You. Convert
Hello,
my
Maiko.
book map
Hello,
into
Cyrus.
a bigger
Something
map.
I can do for you?
Have you ever heard of the Flask of Lilandril?
Hunding's bones, of course I have. Treasure hunters come here from all over Tamriel, digging and poking around interminably. Well, they say there's a treasure map floating around here somewhere, but I don't believe it.
Why not?
If there were a real map, why hasn't someone found the flask by now? Such a waste of time and effort, lusting after a mythical elven flask, when the island is full of real mysteries.
What do you mean?
Well, the caverns, for instance. Haven't heard of them, have you? Or the dwarven ruins either. But they're real, young sir, and as full of mystery and adventure as you could ask.
Caverns?
Where can I find these caverns you speak of?
Now that's the question, isn't it? Won't find them on your cheap commercial map, will you? That's a real mystery for you to ponder.
And the ruins?
Tell me more about these dwarven ruins.
A bit more famous than the caverns, but if it's not about elves, no one cares. One of the great mysteries of the ages, the disappearance of the dwarves. But instead it's Flask of Lilandril this, Flask of Lilandril that.
What about their disappearance?
I don't know much about dwarves. I always thought they were mythical creatures.
See what I mean? Not myths. Real. As real as stone and metal. Who do you think built those ruins? Oh,
Savage
gone
Vummer.
thousands of years ago. No one knows why. But that's a whole nother story. What were we talking about again?
I wanted you to make me a map.
Do you have any maps for sale?
Sorry, I don't sell retail. Contract work only. But perhaps I can make a map for you?
Okay, I
I
meant to
wonder
do
if
it
you
by
can
this
make anything
menu.
of this. These look like map notations to me.
Let me see. Oh, bloody hell. This again. Jaffer must have sold this annotated copy of Elven Artifacts 10 times. And they always end up here. Can you make me a map, they say? Why is everyone so mad over lost elven treasure? I'm sorry, but I'm afraid I'm too busy today.
Name your price.
I'm willing to pay for the map, handsomely. Just name your price.
Persistent, eh? Listen, if you'll give me the book, I'll make it for you. One last time, free of charge. At least then I won't ever have to see it again.
Yes, I will trade you the book.
Sounds good. When will the map be ready?
Come back in a little while. I'll see what I can make of it. Speak up, I've got work to do.
So is it just... Do I just leave and come back? Is this... Like, in old games like this, it might just be leave the room and come back. Counts as later. So we immediately turn around. Re-enter. Say, give me the map.
Probably need to find something to use it with. Maiko, is my map ready yet?
Go away! Go away! I'm trying to work.
No!
You want me to finish this or not?
Okay.
Yes?
Fine. We gotta do something else. Save. Nope. Okay. And then what does the to-do list say to do? To find another map piece... Wait, what do you mean? Another map piece? Wait. He finishes the map after about 40 minutes. It uses a real-time timer, which is why it's good to do this section of the quest first. Oh my god, that's obnoxious. So we've got to go do something else for an hour. Well, we can go get the other map pieces. So, to find another piece of the map, go to the Dragon Tail and ask Drekius about the flask. Time to adjust my system clock? Yeah. So...
Good to see you, Cyrus.
The inn is over here. No, too soon. It's like 2 to the left. Okay, turn around.
I can't use this by
I
itself.
know, let me out.
F is for the fleas that...
Now, we've never managed to actually speak to the lizard before by himself. Our friend is gone!
What will
Our
it be,
friend
traveler?
is gone! Well, that explains why we can talk to the lizard now. Yo, lizard.
What will it be, traveler?
Hello, Drekius.
Cyrus, I heard that Lord Rotan got you, but that you got away. Be careful, though. Imperial patrols are everywhere now. Richton's incensed on you. A good lad. By the way, that captain you rode in with was looking for you. Brennan, that's his name. Oh, Enciono
Yeah,
wants
but we were
to
told
see you
he's
too.
setting a trap for us.
Getting to be the well-thought sort around town now, eh?
Okay. What about this flask?
I've come across the legend of the Flask of Lilandril.
That bug's got you too. A lot of people on this island are looking for it. Even the Empire, I hear.
What would they want with it?
The scuttlebutts, they want it for an invasion of
Somerset
Isle to help them dispel its magical defenses. Leastways, be advised that the flask's burial ground is well sought by more dubious parties than you.
A lot of people are looking for the flask. Anybody in particular?
There's a Breton about town, loud and lit to hear, by the name of Crendel. He was in a few weeks back, bragging about having a piece of a map.
A map showing where the flask is buried.
Yeah, but Crendel's a drunk, so make of it what you like.
will. Tell him about
I
the
think I
escape.
got away too easy. Like maybe the governor is watching me, hoping I'll lead him to Azara.
So you saw no sign of her in the catacombs?
There was a section closed off from me, true, but I don't think she was in there. The governor admitted he would have executed her if he knew where to find her. I don't think he cared enough about me to lie to me.
What about the
I've been up
observatory?
to the Dwarven Observatory. This crazy elf there needs it fixed. I think I can get something out of it once that's done.
Don't know too much about dwarves, Cyrus. Nobody really does. You might want to talk to Lakin, though. He's a bigger dwarf buff than the governor.
And the smuggler's den?
Dreekius, you mentioned taking part in some smuggling operations.
Minor stuff is all, and mostly nil, now that the governor's men are keeping such tabs on me.
What can you tell me about the smuggler's den?
It's run by some upright from the north, a quick-to-anger sort, and he only talks to members of the den.
What's the smuggler's den password?
They've changed it ever since the Empire's been keeping such an eye on the Dragon Tail. But I'm sure some people about town could be persuaded to give it up.
What about the soul gem?
What have you heard of soul gems, Dreekius? I need to get my hands on one.
Such arts are practiced in Black Marsh, but we use unhatched eggs in place of gems. The practice was outlawed for a while in the previous era because such magic was
Prone
so
to error.
prone to error. But after the Mages Guilds were founded, the ban on soul gems
Yeah, so
were
they say
lifted.
go asking the...
You should try asking someone at the guild here to find out more.
And I don't think anything else is...
I'd better keep moving. Can we talk later?
Anytime, anytime.
So you told me about... Dreekius says a Breton drunk, Crendel, bragged about having a piece. And that Siona wants to see me, and that Captain Brennan is looking for me, but we're avoiding Captain Bremen. Because the, Lady of the Night was telling us that he's setting a trap for us, and he isn't to be trusted. And the Lady of the Night's been nothing but big help to us. Oh, is this the guy that's constantly walking around
Yes,
drunk?
for the grog
You.
they swill by
You.
gallons.
Do you have a map piece?
Name's Cyrus. You okay?
No, I'm Crendel.
Ah! Map piece.
Dreekius tells me you found yourself part of the Flask of Lilandril map.
Oh, he did he? Oh, well, he's lying. Yup, that lizard's lying.
Of course he's lying. You're not bright enough to have gotten a piece of the map.
What? I'm brighter than you, Redguard. I do have a piece of the map. How's that? Didn't think I did you?
Can I please have it?
That's impressive, Krendel. How could I have doubted you? Tell me, how'd you get it?
You'll like this question, boy. I passed out one night on old Trithic's boat while he was sleeping. Woke up early, looking for a drink, and what do I find under his cot? A piece of the map. He probably doesn't even know it's gone.
I will trade you for your map.
Take that map piece off your hands if you're not using it. Perhaps a trade.
You have nothing I want, Redguard. Plus, I don't have it on me. I'm hidden it away where them sissies can't find it.
What do you know about the
Ever heard of
flask?
the Flask of Lilandril? You look like a treasure hunter.
Ah, the flask of the lamb.
Everything good in life comes from a decanter.
In a decanter.
Okay.
I've had enough.
Good.
And what does our log say? But let's make a save as well. He has got a piece of the map. He got it by stealing it, found it under a cot on Thrithic's boat. He's hidden it where others can't find it. But where the hell is that? Oh, log entry. Okay. So, blah 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 blah. You cannot trick him into revealing the location yet. Trithnic walks between the docks and the silversmith. Tell him that Krendel stole his map piece and he'll describe it for you and say it's yours if you find it. You can now trick Krendel into checking on his hiding spot. Cyrus explains that he heard some boys found the map. When Krendel's unconvinced, he describes it as Trithnic did. Krendel pretends the information is untrue and immediately starts to walk to the park by Derek's goods. He stops down to check the ground and returns to the tavern. You don't actually have to wait for him to check his hiding spot, but you do need a shovel. If you don't have one, the general store is conveniently nearby. Dig by the tree in the southwest corner to uncover a leather pouch containing Trithnic's map piece. So we did need to buy the shovel, just not right now. Well, not when I originally bought it. We need it now. It did feel like being a pirate would be best served by having a shovel. So what are we supposed to do? We're supposed to... it was... Trithnic walks between the docks and the silversmith. This you?
Hold up a second.
Look, go past to someone else.
I'm walking here.
God, surround him!
Oh, God.
Come on!
I wonder what's in there.
Well?
Trithik, may I bother you again?
Yes.
Of course, my boy.
Someone stole your map piece.
Lakeen said your boat was damaged by vandals.
By the looks of it. Woke up one morning and the midboard was broken. Hope he gets to it soon.
Krendel
A fellow
stole your
named
map.
Krendel was bragging about a map he stole from you. Was he lying?
Krendel, eh? Belly-crawling son of a forebear's cur. It was part of a map, supposedly showing the location of the Flask of Lilandril. In my youth, I was something of a treasure hunter.
Do you remember what was on the map?
2 numbers, an X, and the notation long tree. That's all I can remember. If you find it, keep it.
I'm too old for
such
such things.
things.
Maybe I can get Krendel to find it for me. Thanks for your help, Trivet.
That's it.
Thanks,
Now we
Trivet.
go talk to him
I've
again.
gotta go.
Oh, wrong way. The number of guards seems to have significantly decreased, which is quite pleasant. Certainly not complaining.
You're open!
I want to talk to this guy. No.
Out of my way!
Ashes for the hairs
of my way.
upon their warts.
Look, we do a lap of this, and that hopefully makes the guard get a bit lost. Lost enough that I can
Eyes
talk to
what
you.
they
Something to
poke
use
out
it with.
their fingers.
I've had enough.
No! Talk before the guard comes. No! No!
You're open! Oh, you've lost, Redguard! Hell, that struck!
Crick.
I have some...
You've already lost! Die, Redguard!
Map details.
No, I'm not so sure of that.
I'm quick!
What?
Come on, die, Redguard! I'm quick!
Hey! Stop following me!
You're open! I'm quick!
How rich are we? Rich enough to heal. No, I'm talking to this guy and wah, 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 wah.
I need you to tend to my wounds again, brother.
You know,
I
don't
must
stop
ask you to pay
talking.
the
Don't
temple
start
tax,
running
of
away.
course.
Just sit there while
Will
they
you?
wail on you.
Fine. Until later, Brother Niddle.
Goodbye, my son.
Okay. On the other hand, the guards seem to be back in full force. Well, let's try tricking drunk guy again.
Hey! Stop
It
following
doesn't do
me!
anything by itself.
Hey, come on! Can a guy have some plover? Have some privacy? Privacy.
So now, supposedly he's going to go to where the thing is.
Hey!
Come on.
Stop following me!
I'm not.
Hey,
oh,
come
God,
on!
the guards
Can
again.
a guy have some plover? Hey! Have some stop following me! Privacy. Privacy.
There, that might lose the guards for a bit. trying to work out how to get to me.
Die, Redguard!
I wonder what's in there.
Well?
Die, Redguard!
Oh, where's Drunk McGee? Where'd the drunk guy go? Oh no, he's over there by the tree.
Hey!
I have the
Stop
shovel.
following
I'll
me.
spill yours yet.
We want the shovel, but we also need to lose all
You
these
won't
guards
escape.
first.
You won't escape.
Hey!
Stop following me.
Hey, come on!
Can a guy have some plover? Have some plumber?
So, it kind of seemed like it was over
Hey!
here.
Stop following me.
Hey, come on!
Come
Can
on.
a guy have some
I'm
plover?
quick.
Have some plumber?
Excellent.
Privacy.
Surrender now.
Nope, that wasn't it.
Put it down. A hand hit, not put it down. Come on.
Try again.
Traitor.
Somehow I've climbed the tree.
I can't dig here.
I'll kill you.
What's this?
You.
Oh,
a
it's on the
sharp sword will
ground.
be your death. Surrender now. Surrender now. Come on.
What's this?
Pick it up.
Nothing. A leather
on.
pouch. And here's Trithic's map piece inside.
Okay.
Take that.
He just patiently waits for me to finish
You take
shoveling. Okay. So now we have 2 map pieces. Can I inspect them?
A map piece to the Flask of Lilandril. A piece of the Flask of Lilandril map from Johto. I'll need that flask before I challenge Nagasta.
So it seems like we need more bits. Save. Now that we're away from the guards. Do you reckon it's been 40 minutes? We can see if map making man has. Have we run around and chased this guy for 40 minutes maybe? As well as talking to the innkeeper.
Traitor.
Excuse me.
We'll find out. done?
Maiko, is my map ready yet?
Go away!
No.
Go away, I'm trying to work. You want me
Another
to finish
15
this or
minutes?
not? Well,
Alright. Well, what's the next one? Do-do-do-do-do. So we've done Trifkin's map piece, the silver boat. If you did not ask Felicia about the flask and its map earlier, do so now. She heard rumors that part of the map was inscribed on a silver boat. Instead of going to the silversmiths, check inside Calisandra's house to the south. 2 veteran guards can be found searching the house. They attack on sight. Once they are dealt with, go to the silversmiths and report the incident to the silversmith. She doesn't know anything about the silver boat, but gives you a key to her storeroom if you mention the flask map. Okay, so her house is right next to her store. That should be doable enough. So we want Silversmith, which is back this way.
I'm quick! A sharp sword will be your... Surrender now! Come on!
I wonder what's in there.
Ah, it's presumably that one.
I wonder what's in there.
He's
Find
yours.
something to use it with.
Die, Redguard! A sharp sword will be your death. You're quite How? I'll kill you. Rebel, you have him. Face the...
Okay, there's one.
It's locked.
It's locked. Is the key on your body?
5 gold pieces.
5 gold pieces.
You're a fool, Redguard. You should just surrender. Ha ha! Trained well, but not to win. Got you. Look alive, Redguard. Ah! You're slow. Take Rebel. You're quite resourceful.
Okay, put those away.
Some gold. This should help.
Sword.
Face the steel of empire. Too quick. Ah! Yield.
Come on.
Yield. You're quite resourceful. Too quick. You're quite resourceful.
Come on. Burn my health potions.
Some gold. This should help.
No, I just want to pick up stuff.
Some gold. This should help.
looks like they're all gone. Can I go in now?
It's locked.
Put the friggin' sword away.
I wonder what's in there.
Yes,
I
I do
wonder
as
what's
well.
in there.
I'm trying to go in. Oddly enough, if the camera would
I wonder what's in there.
let me point where I want.
I wonder what's in there.
Whew.
Barry, you're open.
Oh my god.
There he is. I have this rebel. You're open.
No.
So much for this, Redguard.
Oh my god. Well, we're back here. I thought it meant the... Grumble, grumble, grumble. Is that really the last save? Seems so. Do we have his bit of map? I did not save since getting the other guys. No, I did. So we're fine. We need to go inside Silversmith's house again. So up here.
Die, Redguard.
And then this.
I wonder what's in Probably there. need to find something to use it with.
No, just go in. Thank you.
Try me, Redguard. Yield, or there'll be time quick. No time. You're quite resourceful. You're quite resourceful. You've lost, Red. You've lost, Redguard. A sharp
Good.
soul. Die. You've lost, Red. You're stuck. Ye traitor. Too quick, traitor. You're slow. Die, Redguard. Damn. Blood. Die, Redguard. Ah. You're quite no match. Yield.
Okay. Log. I had to kill 2 Imperial soldiers who'd broken into the house next to the silversmiths. Hardly seems log-worthy, but...
Some gold. This should help. It's empty. Somebody's really been through this place. 5 gold pieces. It's empty. Somebody's really been through this place.
Okay, and now that we've found her house is being ransacked, we can talk to the silversmith. Supposedly. No,
Surrender
sort
now.
away. Just go in the building. Go in the building. Okay. Hello.
Cassandra, hello.
Cyrus, what do you need?
Your house is being... Have you heard
I'm
about the
told
flask?
of a legendary magical flask, supposed to be buried somewhere on the island.
Sounds fascinating. I love stories of buried treasure.
Some soldiers
I've
were
killed
raiding your
several
house.
Imperial soldiers who had broken into your house. I hope that won't cause you any trouble with the governor.
The governor should hope I don't cause him any trouble over this. What possible reason could his soldiers have for breaking into my house? A loyal forebear, of all people, one of his few potential allies in the city. Not a good sign for the Empire's future here in Hammerfell.
What?
Excuse me. Perhaps we
What?
can speak later.
That's what I was told to do. Let me look at this again. Blah, 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 blah. She doesn't know anything about a silver boat, but she supposedly gives you a key to her storeroom. She totally didn't do that. So who is Felicia? Okay, go ask Elf Girl in the Mages Guild. We might have had to talk to her before we meant to come back to the silversmith.
Got you.
No, you don't
have
got
him.
me. I'm quicker than you.
Come on. Put it down.
Put down your map.
Traitor. Come on.
So, heal up, then Mages Guild.
Put it down.
I need you to tend to my wounds again, brother.
I must ask you to pay the temple tax, of course. Will you?
Fine.
Wing. Oh.
Until later, Brother Niddle.
Goodbye, my son.
Okay, to the Mages Guild. The guard's almost religious adherence to citizens' private property rights is impressive. You mean just randomly breaking into someone's house and stealing stuff?
Excuse me.
Probably need to...
Oh, you mean they won't follow me into a different house? Because, like, they were just literally just
Can I
breaking
help
into
you?
some other house and ransacking it.
It doesn't do anything by itself.
You're back. I'm sorry about Jack and Veer. He's crazy.
Johto!
I tried to free Johto.
He
but
didn't make it.
I guess I'm sorry for
Pour
that
one out
too.
for poor
I hope
Johto.
he could help you find your sister.
He set me on the right trail. I need to find the Flask of Lilandril. I've heard that an ancient artifact, the Flask of Lilandril, was lost on this island long ago. You know the piece I'm talking about?
You're not the first to ask. Everybody seems to think the Mages Guild has access to all the land's magic. Sorry to say, the flask has not turned up for centuries. Lost on this island long ago by the elven founders of the flask who were shipwrecked here. They fled Somerset Isle with the flask, hoping to buy sanctuary from the Clanderini in High Rock, but the seas only brought them this far. Some say there's a map to it.
Map?
What about this map to the flask?
Well, nobody has seen it. The stories say it was torn into 4 pieces. One of the pieces was even said to have been inscribed on the bottom of a silver box shaped like a ship.
Thank you. Now if we go talk to
Goodbye.
the silversmith
Come
again.
back again.
Can't fault them for a little bit of looting. I can fault them. Okay, back to the silversmiths.
Cyrus.
And then once we've done the silversmiths component of this... Oh my god, there's a dozen
Surrender
of
now.
bloody things. Once we've done the silversmiths, we'll
Put it
see if
down.
Mapmaker Man has finished making our map.
I'll spill yours yet.
have been the trigger we needed?
Oh, hello.
And it makes sense in terms of ask the
Cassandra,
silversmith
hello.
about the silver
Cyrus.
boat.
What do you need?
I think I know why those soldiers were searching your house. The governor may think you have part of a map showing the location of the flask of Lilandril.
Why would he think that? I'd never even heard of this flask before I came here.
I've learned that one piece of the map is engraved on a silver ship. Sound familiar?
No, but I inherited a load of junk when I bought this shop.
Yep, consistent
I
with her
put it all
previous
in my
story.
storeroom next to my house, but I haven't had time to look through it. Here, take the key. If you find this ship, keep it.
It's only bringing me trouble. Thank you. A very pretty key. Look at it be all 3D. Exit.
Excuse me. Perhaps we can speak later.
Let me out, let me out, let me out, let me out. Perks of the job. What was that? This room?
It won't fit.
New key. This one?
It won't fit.
Really?
I can't use this by itself.
Is it the one around the back of her house? Yeah, here we go. Am I blind? Am I meant to jump over? Yes.
What's this?
Why, it's a boat. And look, there's a map piece on it. Let me out. Okay, we go visit Map Maker Man again and see if he's done with his bit of map. Oops. What? We just phased through the bridge. Let's try that again.
Put it down. Map maker, make me a map. Pretty please.
Maiko, is my map ready yet?
Yes, here it
Yes.
is. Well, whoever made these notes was obviously a trained cartographer, probably at Mandry's school, judging from the transverse error correction measurements. May this map serve you well, young sir. Well,
Okay. So let's have a look. Make a save. Okay. So we have our island map. That isn't the map we're currently interested in. Got this one.
A piece of the Flask of Lilandril map from Johto.
5,
Oh.
up and right.
A map piece to the Flask of Lilandril.
And then 20 up. And then long tree.
A silver boat from Cassandra's storeroom.
Start. 12 up, 25 left.
A piece of the Flask of Lilandril map from
So
Johto.
we're missing one piece still, presumably.
A map made by Maiko from some notations regarding the Flask of Lilandril.
Start at Lecky.
A silver boat from Cassandra. A map piece to the Flask of Lilandril. A map made by Maiko from some A piece of the...
Is that on our normal map?
A map, Stros Makai.
Maybe. No, I don't see a Lecky on here. I see Saint Spit, Ogre's Toothbits, Hunting Bay, Devil's Den. I don't see a lackey. Let's leave ourselves in that mode. Whilst I go read up. The League insignia that you got at the Smuggler's Den had a small piece of the map on its back too. Really? I thought we gave that to the lady to, No, she didn't take it.
With the
Okay, so we got
Restless
all
League
4.
insignia on it.
Okay, we got all 4 bits. Sure, I can admit we got all
parchment
4
of Azara.
bits.
With the Restless League insignia on it.
Blah, 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 blah. The combined maps looks like this. The completed maps are, by default, are rotated 90 degrees clockwise, so that up is west. Adding up the number of paces west and south, you should count 36 going west and 16 going south. The starting point is indicated is Leaky. This refers to the way shrine in the center of Saint's Point, with a painting of Leaky on its ceiling. How the hell are you supposed to know that? Her hand is pointing west. The long tree is long gone. There are no trees near the flask's location. To find the flask burial, walk west from Saintsport and take a left as you pass the wall into the patches of grass. It's buried in a very square-shaped corner of this area. Dig and the chest containing the flask will be revealed. Cyrus exclaims, "Magnificent!" So step 1 is go to Saintsport, which is the lighthouse place. Easy enough.
Hello, Cyrus.
Hello, lady. We
You're open!
play dodgems with the
He's your traitor.
guards.
Traitor. Traitor.
These sound effects are gonna be burned into my memory. Traitor, you're open.
Lad?
Oh, we could have gotten the information from the book about Redguard heroes? Where is it? This one?
Redguards. They're heroes in history. It talks of Redguard origins and their great heroes, including Hunding, who, with his 5 magical swords, drove the goblins from Hammerfell, and Lecky, the saint of the Spirit Sword.
So there's a picture here of what Lecky looks like. We'll see if that matches the one in the shrine. And that's how we were supposed to know. Once again, Vummer, you're, surprisingly knowledgeable
I'm maxed over.
about these things.
Traitor.
Did you perhaps play this as a kiddo? Vummer's a closet Elder Scroll lore master. And that seems like the other option at the moment, doesn't it? I don't want to head that way. I want to head this way. Oh wow, this thing glows in the dark at night. That is cool.
It's one of the pirates. Gosh, surround me.
Traitor! What are we doing? Yep, nearly there. Okay, so is this thing supposedly her shrine? And how am I meant to have looked upwards to see... Okay, so that's her symbol. And it does match the book, in fairness. I can't imagine child me would ever have looked up at the ceiling of the inside of here and compared it to a book, but sure. So in here we wanted to go, if this is north, then that is west. And the directions we needed to go were...
A piece of the flat...
Not that one.
A parchment of Azara's, with the Restless
31.
League insignia on it.
Actually, no, I don't know that.
A silver boat from Cassandra's storeroom. A piece of the flat... A map piece to the Flask of Lilandrum.
Okay.
A map piece to the Flask of Lilandrum.
up is west. So we want to go... west, then south. I'm gonna sneeze, sorry.
Oh. Well, maybe not.
So to find the walk west from Saintsport and take a left as you pass the wall into the patches of grass. Read our Redguard history book again? Can do.
Redguards. They're
Yeah.
heroes in history.
I said it matches
It
the
talks of
the picture
Redguard
in the book.
origins and their great heroes,
Like
including
this picture on the
Hunding, who,
right,
with his 5
Lecky, Saint
magical
of the
swords,
Sword, matches the thing on the roof.
a piece of the
Up there. On the ceiling. But unless it was specifically pointed out to me, I don't think I would ever have noticed the thing on the ceiling. Or are you saying that it's meant to do something else now that I'm here? That the book gains...
First C20...
Sorry. The book gains extra...
Redguards. They're heroes in history. It talks of Redguard origins and their great heroes, including Hunding, who, with his 5 magical swords, drove the goblins from Hammerfell, and Lecky, the saint of the Spirit Sword.
No, it doesn't do anything extra special here. After hours of wandering, you either start to see every pixel or go mad.
Redguard.
You're a little mad, Vummer. You are a little crazy. So it was exit west, and then we were told when we get to... this, head south. And then how far? Take a left as you pass the wall into the patches of grass. It's buried in a very square-shaped corner. It's amazing that of all the pictures they don't have on the Elder Scrolls page, the one that... Oh, it doesn't like me. Game! Come back, game! Nah. Well. Task manager, kill. Come on. Come on. No, it really doesn't like me. How can we do this? We can do it that way. There. Back to it. Initializing combat. Oh, I'm gonna have to run all the way back to the place. Oh, it's not that bad. There have been worse
Good to
things.
see you, Cyrus.
So,
Good to see you, Cyrus.
We'll make a save when we get there this time. I'm not punished for alt-tabbing out.
Hello, Cyrus.
Come on! He's yours! He's only one. Come on! You will come on!
Nope, not taking that damage. Refuse. Absolutely not. I'm punished for doing my quick jumping. So what exactly did I do that nobody in this game likes you? So the police are all serving the corrupt, evil, new conquering governor people. They're the bad guys, basically. Depending on if you think of the Tiber Septim Empire being all imperial conquest as evil. Else they have conquered justly by, you know, by right of conquest. They are now... We are the bad guys because we are the rebels. If you want to take that view.
Cyrus, sweetheart.
And we are on the bad, well, the verboten people list of the evil conquering peoples. Specifically, we went and told the governor of this city that he's a big meanie and that we will make his life unpleasant. And he said,
Surrender now!
"Death to you."
He's only... Surrender now! You won't escape, traitor!
How are we doing? Yeah, we're getting there. I don't want to have to do this bit of walking, so we're going to make a partway save. It's him who's making our life unpleasant. You're not wrong. Surrender now. Surrender now. Face my steel.
Surrender now! You won't escape! It's one of the pirates! Traitor! I'll spill yours yet.
Yeah, at least they aren't mentioning arrows and kneecaps yet. Yep. Okay. Save. Now, head west until you hit the wall. Right? Blah 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 blah. Head west. Take a left as you pass the wall into the patches of grass. It's buried under a very square-shaped corner of this area. Those are our instructions. Oh, I would like to be able to see chat, please. This needs to go here, and then I re-maximize this. So it made it sound like it should be this way. But this is not into grass. Maybe we needed to go further west. But this seems too far. This seems like too far. And in any case, we want the shovel active. Other wall than this.
Nothing. Nothing.
Surely I'm not mixing up which way is... No, that is north. So that is west. The thing says go west. We are digging for treasures. Mm. 63 west, 16 south. So 3 times as... Well, like 4 times as much west as south. Well, let's actually count out that many steps. 63 and 16. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, 58, 59, 60, 61, 62, 63, 64. Now it's meant to be 16 this way. Where I do see something here. there. But, like, our counting puts the thing, like,
I can't use this
here.
by itself. Probably need to find something to use it with. This should help.
We found 10 gold pieces. Sure, I'm not going to complain about finding half a heal.
Nothing.
Maybe it needs them to be walking paces rather than running paces. So, teleport back. Well, actually, no, we'll run back because I picked up all this gold. So, south and east. Actually, we basically want to go pure east. And then we'll try doing them as walking paces rather than running paces, because if you hold shift, you can do walking paces. Okay, save again. Seeing as we're a bit richer. You told me that X marked the spot. If there was a nice big marked X on the minimap. No, go back. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, 58, 59, 60, 61, 62, 63, 64. Turn south. 16 this way. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And we're stuck. Well, dig.
Nothing. Magnificent.
Well, treasure chest.
What's this?
Okay, so it did need you to use walking paces. The Flask of Lalandril.
It's the mythical Flask of Lilandril, which absorbs magic. My only hope of rescuing Azara from Nagasta.
Okay, Bog. I found the legendary Flask of Lalandril, an ancient elven artifact with the virtue of absorbing magic. No, forget patience and forgiveness. No, the true virtue is absorbing magic. Charity, courage, and absorbing magic. Save. Okay. And with that, we have done what? We have now done... Looking at our overquest diagram thing that we could have a look at if we transfer back to countdown, but we screw the countdown timer. And it was this thing. So we've done, starting out, Nagasta's Amulet, Escape the Catacombs. We've done Contact the League. We've also now done Legendary Flask. We're approximately halfway done with the game. in, let's say 10 hours, we're half done. When the How Long to Beat gives you 15 hours to do the whole lot. So maybe the second half is quicker, but I would question this. I would honestly question whether that is so. In any case, finding that treasure seems like a reasonable place to end it for the episode. We can close that. I'll see if there's anyone up and about, and then I can have a bit of a nap until it's time to play some games with friends. It's been fun watching my suffering. I know that watching your streamer suffer is finer than the sweetest chocolate. So I'll throw you all along to Baron. Cheers, everyone. Thank you for hanging out. There are certainly lovely bits in this. Some bits of the writing are really good. And it does do a pretty good job of world building and lore building. But there are definitely things to not like. The camera controls, the tank controls, the endless traitor. Whoever thought having the guards chase you for 3/4 of the game was a good idea is... They should be the first against the wall when the revolution comes. But anyway, peace. Thank you for hanging out. Oh yeah, it's very impressive for when it came out. Very much so, in terms of graphics.
Well, I would like a way of feeding